Good evening. We will call this, can you hear me? No? Is that-
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening. We will call this, meeting of the Providence City Plan Commission to order. It's a regular meeting for Tuesday, October 15th. It is now 4:55 PM. Let's, do a roll call.
Well, Noel Sanchez.
Will Sherry.
Charlotte Lipschitz.
Megan DeSanto, council.
Turn that up.
Megan DeSanto, council.
Bob Azar, staff.
And I am Michael Gazdaco, Chair. Choyan Manjikar is also here. He just ran up to print something out. We will roll right into the approval of the minutes from the September 17th, 2024 meeting. You all should have received them and had a chance to review them, hopefully. If there are any edits or if no edits, look for a vote or a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we'll just do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, any abstentions? The minutes passed. Pass it to you, Bob, for a director's report.
Yeah, just a quick report on the comprehensive plan process. Tomorrow night is going to be another session of public hearing for the city council on the comp plan. There were a number of amendments that were introduced over the past couple of hearings. A couple of those have been voted on, and there's several others that came in last week. And we've been having some discussions about how those might be perhaps changed a little bit. We're hoping that tomorrow night will be the last session that the committee will act on the plan and send it to the full council. So we're getting close. No guarantees yet, but hoping that we'll get to advance it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Down to the wire, as usual. We will roll right into our regular agenda and start with a request for extension. It's our first agenda item, case number 23-050 UDR 45 Parade Street.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. And this is a request for a one-year extension for a project at 45 Parade Street. And we had approved this some time ago, and the applicant's here and they're asking for a one-year extension, and they'll explain as to why that's the case.
Thank you, members of the City Plan Commission. Thank you, Department of Planning staff. I'm Seth Zarin, 31 Harrison Street in Providence, and a partner at 45 Parade Street LLC, but also Stepping Stone Partners LLC. So we sought approvals last year for this project. We've been working through construction feasibility, getting very close, but not ready to pull the trigger this fall. Hoping to do so next year. So we're asking for another year extension, and hopefully that will be sufficient to get us out of the ground next year.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? There's no report for this, right?
No, it's just a request for extension.
No. All right, so, commissioners, this is just a request for extension. We don't need public comment for this. I see no reason not to grant it. They're still interested. Nothing's changed other than the difficulty in executing, construction projects in this day and age. Guess we'd entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we'll go around and do a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Best of luck.
Thank you, guys.
Rolling right into the second agenda item, it's a city council referral. It's referral number 3588, abandonment of a portion of Ernest Street.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And while the petitioners make their way up to the desk, this is a request for abandonment of a portion of Ernest Street. It runs between the Service Road and Shipyard Street. And as the applicant will tell you, they are looking to abandon this portion of the street that abuts their property. on both sides, and also the part of the street leading up to it has also been condemned and abuts property that's owned by the petitioners, so they're here and they can tell you more about it.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Anthony J. Bucci Jr., represent the Narragansett Bay Commission. Jennifer Harrington is the general
Could you just
counsel.
get a little closer to your mouth, the microphone?
Jennifer Harrington with me is also general counsel of the Narragansett Bay Commission. We're seeking the abandonment of a portion of Ernest Street because we own Service Road, which has been a private street. We acquired that in 2008. And last year we acquired Moss Scaffolding, which is the lot, above Ernest Street over there. You can see lot 345. We acquired right there. We acquired that last year. So now we own both sides of the street. And the street is not useful to anyone but the Narragansett Bay Commission. That street right now, that portion of the street only serves the Narragansett Bay Commission, our plant and our corporate, office building. There'd be no negative impacts because, as I said, the street only does serve Narragansett Bay Commission. So no negative impact on the health, safety, welfare of the community. There's no physical or legal issues surrounding, that will be denied because again, there already is no through traffic, from Ernest Street. It dead ends at the end of Service Road, which you can't see on that plan. And there are alternate roads to give access to Southport and the other businesses in the back end of the port. In terms of the existing or future services, the Narragansett Bay Commission agrees to grant easements to all the utility companies that have utilities in the street. And our proposed use is the same as our current use, so it's just become part of Narragansett Bay Commission's campus.
Okay, so what is the intent for the new parcel?
As I said, it's just, so we own what used to be Moss Scaffolding.
Right,
Our corporate, office building is on the south side of Ernest Street. And so this is just to consolidate our campus.
yeah, I know, I'm very aware of the campus and what you currently have. I'm just wondering what the expansion plans are for this area and what you plan to actually do with the new Mars scaffolding and this road.
Well, our plan was, and we're still in the design stages, but we were planning on putting up a maintenance building, but we're not sure if we're still gonna site it on the Moss Scaffolding property or move it to one of the other parcels we have.
And you acquired that parcel last year?
Acquired it in January of 2023.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Is the service road still open to the public? No.
No, it is not.
So that's all.
That's been a private road since 2008.
But you can still use a portion of it.
Well, you can get up there.
It's blocked off at the top. We believe Providence blocked it off at the end of,
At the
most
end,
southerly
right?
end of Service Road.
But you can get in and out of your customer service area from that service
Oh,
road.
yeah.
Yes,
Cause I parked in your parking lot,
yeah.
going in and out.
Oh, yeah, no, no.
If you go up just a little bit, they.
Can you use the microphone if you're gonna speak, please?
Apologize. I was just noticing where the arrow was. It was just right at the end of our, like where the lab building was, is right beyond that parking lot is where it looks like the barriers are from Providence. You keep going down a little bit. Yeah, like right where that bend is. Yes, correct. Apologize.
And so Providence has full access from other means of ingress and
They
egress.
have access from Terminal Road and Harborside Boulevard. But they blocked off their own access at Harborside Boulevard, just to be clear. I don't want you to think that I'm telling you it's open, but
Oh, yeah,
they have blocked it themselves.
okay.
So Harborside Boulevard is a private street owned by Johnson and Wells. I'm not sure what permission they have, but I did confer with Chris Watterson at Providence, and he says that, they use Terminal Road and then there's Anthony, can you talk about this alternate path that's been developed that may not be in use yet?
Yeah, so we call it the New York Avenue extension, even though it's there instead of where that paper street would be.
This is the paper street of New
Yes.
York Avenue, but there's this little thing right here that goes across the railroad tracks.
Yeah, so back when Sims was operating before Rhode Island Commerce purchased the property from Sims for Proport's use. One of the contractors developed that roadway through there, which goes by NBC's pump station. And right now that is closed off pending PUC approval of the railroad crossing. And again, we believe that was closed off by Proport because they're the ones that constructed the signaling devices on that railroad crossing. And so they have it fenced at both the lower end, closer to Shipyard Street, and the upper end at the functional portion of New York Avenue.
And so you're basically, this abandonment is covering from where you currently have abandoned Service Road all the way up to the diagonal line that you're presenting near the railroad tracks, right?
To, I guess, the easterly
Yeah,
portion of Shipyard Street.
right.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions before we hear the staff report? Can always reserve the right to ask questions later if needed. Okay, Troy, let's hear the staff report.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. And as discussed, the petitioner owns the land that's abutting the abandonment area, as well as the portion of the street that connects south of the abandonment area. And so it appears that this portion of land is not useful to access parts of the city unless other than those owned by the applicant. So therefore, we don't feel that the abandonment would have an adverse impact on the public interest. We don't foresee a negative impact on future plans as well as the health and welfare of the surrounding community. And the petitioner owns all the lots abutting the abandonment area. And as discussed, we don't believe any physical or legal access will be denied, as vehicles can use Terminal Road to access the port. And also, we should say that there is a southward extension of New York Ave that is expected to be operational in the future. And so that would also be providing some access to this area. We don't know whether any public services or facilities need to be protected, and the petitioner would need to grant any necessary easements, and they have provided a petition and plan. So based on that, we recommend that you make a positive recommendation to the Committee on Public Works, subject to these conditions, that they apply for an administrative subdivision to merge the abandoned portion of the street with their property, and that they grant any necessary easements for maintenance and utility access.
Okay, thank you. Before we open up public comment, just set the ground rules for the night. We're gonna limit public comment to 2 minutes per person. We received a lot of written testimony for certain agenda items. After we read the staff report, we're gonna run down who we received testimony from that's included in the record. It has been received and reviewed before the meeting, so we'd ask you not to duplicate that testimony. And with that, we will open up the public comment for agenda item number 2, which is City Council Referral 3588, abandonment of a portion of Ernest Street. Anyone here who would like to comment on this, please raise your hand or come forward. Lev, do we have anyone on the sign-in sheet? Okay, none on the sign-in sheet, so raise your hand if you would like to hear. And if you're joining us in the virtual world, please raise your virtual hand, middle bottom portion of the screen, or press *9 if you're calling in.
Okay, first we have online Linda Perry.
Okay,
Go ahead, Linda.
you can unmute yourself and go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Linda Perry, and I just happened to be here because I was interested in the 400 Elmwood Avenue. But this paper road on New York Avenue goes through, and I'm talking about that in particular. There was a conversation about extending the paper road from New York Avenue into the port, and I thought that was a dead deal. But that is a residential street, and in no way do the neighbors want or deserve to have any kind of commercial traffic going through regularly in the future through New York Avenue, yet to be determined road. So we don't want
Linda?
that. There's,
Linda, excuse me, Linda, it's Bob Azar. So just to be clear, this is not extending New York Avenue from the Washington Park neighborhood into the port. It's a tiny little spur that begins in the port area and ends in the port area. It's simply a way of crossing the railroad tracks.
Okay, my mistake, because there is a paper road in between what is now a salt pile and the soccer field. That is also a paper road. Okay, I
Yeah,
stand
that's
corrected.
not-
Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate it, Linda. Thank you. And is there anyone else, either present in this room or in our virtual audience who wishes to speak on this matter? All right, and seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Well, I want Narragansett, Narragansett Bay Commission, obviously provides a vital resource to the region. I just wish I knew more what they were doing with these areas, but I don't know that we're gonna get that today. The street abandonment, I really have no objection to. It seems like they've already done it further down, and I don't see any negative impacts of them continuing that.
When a street is abandoned, does it stay on the paper? Does it stay as a paper street?
No, so when a public street is abandoned, it becomes private land, and usually it's merged in with the land that's owned by the abutting property owners.
But then the easements for utilities remain.
The easements for utilities would remain.
Correct.
The building on that section.
They may not be able to build on it, but it could simply turn into a private driveway. Which is what happened with Shipyard Street further down.
They'd be responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of it. They'd be responsible for property taxes on it. If they pay property taxes, I don't know if they're against the Bay Commission to pay some property. Yes. Very true. So, any other questions or comments? I guess deliberations and discussion lead to a vote of some kind.
So is there any purchase involved here, or is they just?
There would be, yes.
Yeah, the tax assessor will do an appraisal of the value of the land.
Yeah.
And it would be akin to a real estate transaction.
Is there an overall plan for that area? Like, cause it looks like you're eliminating one of the passenger streets. It's already cut off and you can't get there
Yeah.
from here, but.
Yeah, we,
Closing them off, and there's
yep,
no
we share that concern, and, you know, the Providence is the major tenant or landowner in that area, and we were concerned about their access. So, you know, we did get assurances from them that there is adequate access, but you're right, you know, this combined with the condemnation of Shipyard Street, combined with the abandonments of Terminal Road and Harborside, I think it's Terminal Road and Harborside Boulevard for Johnson and Wales, it does restrict access through there. But, you know, in this particular case, this stretch of road truly doesn't provide access to anything other than Narragansett Bay Commission's property.
Yeah, I guess with that, we'd look for. I mean,
Does
this
the
is,
city then in the future wanted to build roads for access to that place?
well, there's condemnation. Difficult, but yeah,
It'll become private property.
it will.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, that's what this is. This is a sort of an enlargement of what is already a campus.
I mean, I definitely feel the same sentiment, like I wish I knew a larger master plan for this area, which is why I asked, you know, what the intentions are for the Mar scaffolding area and this road, but they do provide, we do want to make sure that they have enough land to provide the role that they play for this region, because they do provide a crucial part of keeping the bay clean.
The street that we discussed that's crossing the railroad tracks, that's sort of, is that is an official street or no?
No, it's a private road that crosses property that's owned primarily by the Rhode Island Commerce Corporation.
And that's not really on the table this evening. This is just for that little portion of Ernest Street.
Yeah, I don't see any reason for public interest here, especially considering Terminal Road and all the other access to the bay is there, so. Certainly it's already used as a campus too.
And if Providence already blocked off access to the rear of Service Road.
Yeah.
They'll be,
About shoreline access, so stuff that comes to mind is like.
I mean, they already, this
there
doesn't
isn't any,
this
but,
doesn't get there, yeah.
Yeah.
There is actually shoreline access down at, Save the Bay and the urban coastal greenway that's along the waterfront. You have to go onto Johnson and Wales campus to get there, but, as long as you tell the person at the gate that that's where you're going, you're allowed to go there.
Yeah, and this doesn't reach that area
No,
already
it
today.
just seems like it's getting farther and farther away from public access, but.
So I guess with that, we'd look for a motion. I mean, I'd support a motion to approve the recommendation. Again, this is a recommendation for city council. They're gonna take it up, Public Works is gonna take it up, and then there's gonna be another reading, and then obviously there'll be an appraisal and purchase. But I see no reason to recommend against this.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation for city council, subject to, it seems like there are two conditions listed in the staff report. One, that the petitioner shall apply for an administrative subdivision to merge the abandoned street with the respective property prior to appearing before the city council. And two, the petitioner shall grant any necessary easements for access to the property, utility access and maintenance.
Perfect. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go around with the voice vote. Noel? Will?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Next up is agenda item number 3, which is continued from last month when it was agenda number 5. This is a major land development project with Unified Development Review. This is a public hearing for case number 24-050 MA 400 Elmwood Avenue.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. And this is a project we're all familiar with by now, but we can just reintroduce it for the sake of those that aren't too familiar with it. So this is a request to construct a mixed-use development on a triangular lot at 400 Elmwood Ave. The applicant is proposing to construct a 5-story mixed-use building that will have commercial on the ground floor, consisting of a restaurant as well as a service station, and 24 units on the 4 upper stories. So the applicant, in addition to seeking preliminary plan approval, is seeking a dimensional adjustment for height, proposing a height of approximately 55 feet and 4 inches. And they're also looking for a dimensional adjustment for parking, where 36 spaces are required, but 30 will be provided. This is a request for UDR, and the applicant is requesting a dimensional variance from the build-to percentage requirement on the side yard, as well as a special use permit for the service base. And they're looking to combine master and preliminary plan approval, and they're also looking for a waiver from submission of state approvals at the preliminary plan stage.
John, is Jeff Likens joining us?
Is not feeling well, but he's here remotely.
He's joining us remotely.
I hope so.
I don't see Jeff Likens, but I do see something that looks like Jeff Likens. Jeff, you want to raise your virtual hand? Okay, there we go. All right, I'm making Jeff a panelist. Go ahead, John. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, John Garrity on behalf of the applicant. Couple of preliminary matters, if I may, a certificate of mailing, which I have, and Cheyenne, I'll present to you. With respect to the mailing, I will note that only first-class mailing was required, but certified mailing was provided in the sense that's a little more than was required, what used to be required. The other thing I want to indicate to the board is we had a continuance of this matter so that we could have community engagement. Councilman Juan Pichardo hosted a community meeting on this last week with a good crowd, which was in attendance. So we made a presentation and received questions and provided answers to those that were in attendance. I don't want to characterize it, and the councilman can do that and others that can do it here. But I think there was general support for the housing and for the restaurant. I think there was less than general support for the repair shop. And I'll let others speak to that more in depth, but I would characterize the meeting as going that direction. Mr. Chairman, if I may, this is a badly needed housing, 400 Elmwood Avenue. I'm usually here asking for adjustments for height for housing on the east side of Providence. This is on Elmwood Avenue where housing is very much needed and is being provided. The councilman had talked to the applicant just now about low to moderate income housing. We had intended it to be market rate housing, but the applicant is certainly open to those discussions with respect to some of the units being low to moderate income housing. And he's going to have that discussion with the councilman as well. So I would say to you at this point that it's market rate housing that is being proposed, 24 units. With the adjustment of the 5th floor. We are also asking for adjustments with respect to the parking. We're entitled to an adjustment because of the use, and therefore we're required 36 parking spaces, but are providing 30 parking spaces for the housing, the restaurant, and the repair shop use. I say there's a dimensional variance, and Mr. Likens will talk about that a little bit. But it's really because of the shape of the lot. It requires a build-to percentage, but this lot is triangular in shape, so it's required as a result of the shape of the lot. The other, besides the land development project that we're seeking here, the other is the special use permit for the repair shop, which is located, on the first floor of the building. I will say that that is a unique, and we went into that at the public meeting, aspect to a mixed-use facility. It's the applicant's primary business. He's been in that business 30 years. He knows that business. I think he runs it well. He'll testify to that, and others will testify to that. That is the reason why we are seeking that application in this particular use. It is a special use permit, which is a conditionally granted use. It is a relatively low standard when you talk about variances as to meet certain requirements, which will have testimony to those standards being adhered to. And we can talk a little bit more in detail about that use as we go forward. I'm gonna have Jeff Likens testify. Mr. Likens has a bit of a cold and did not come, but is here remotely. And I'm gonna ask if he could be sworn and will testify in this matter. I forget, do we swear in witnesses?
For
Yes, we
zoning
do.
matters, yes.
Sir, can you hear me? I
Jeff,
can't,
can you unmute yourself, Jeff?
Here we go. Okay. Yep.
sir, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about you giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State and spell your full name, please.
Jeffrey Likens, Jeffrey Lykins.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna ask that Mr. Likens be qualified as an expert in the area of architecture, building codes, land use, and zoning. I'll ask him a couple of questions, and then I'll ask that you qualify him in those areas. Mr. Likens, you are a registered architect, is that not correct with the state of Rhode Island?
Yes, that's correct.
Right, and can you tell us a little bit about briefly, and I know the board may be familiar with it, but a little bit about your experience with respect to building codes and zoning?
Yes. So I was the director of inspection and standards at Providence for about 11 years. I was and still am a certified building official. I just came back from a 3-day conference in Massachusetts on building codes. I think that's where I got my cold. But I was also the zoning official in Providence and worked at that time, closely with the planning department.
And you're familiar with the zoning ordinance of the city of Providence?
I am.
You've had experience in dealing with it, in managing it and implementing it and doing it for public purposes and for private projects. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that Mr. Likens be qualified as an expert in the area of architecture, building codes, and zoning.
We've accepted him previously and we'll accept him again this evening. Thank you.
So, Mr. Likens, you're familiar with the property located at 400 Elmwood Avenue at the corner of Elmwood and Potters Avenue, are you not?
I'm familiar. Yes.
Can you describe it, please, for the board?
Sure. Yeah. It's a triangular shaped lot, kind of goes to a sharp point down Potters, and fronts on Elmwood, mainly fronts on Elmwood, and has a long property line along Potters Ave. It's in a commercial district, and it currently, or most recently, was a gas station. It was pretty much 100% impervious. So I think that sums it up.
Yeah, and it's about 25,000 square feet of land, is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. Yep, it is 25,281.
And are you familiar with whether or not that property has been cleaned in any way or remediated as a result of the gas station being located there?
Yes, there was remediation when the tanks were pulled out. The ground was remediated and approved by DEM.
Okay. So you've made a site visit there,
Yes,
and are you familiar with the plans that have been submitted?
yes, I am.
Did you prepare them?
I did, myself and staff. Yes.
Can you describe what is being proposed for the site, please?
Sure. So it's a 5-story building, mainly it fronts Elmwood Avenue, where we have the build to percentage there. It's, and then the side of it runs down Potters. Due to the triangular shape of the lot, it wasn't easy to get the build to percentage there because the lot kind of narrows down to a point. But it does have frontage on both of those streets, parking behind the building, behind the Elmwood Avenue side. There's a proposed restaurant and I think it's about 3,400 square feet for a restaurant and about 2,000 square foot for a vehicle repair. So it's a small vehicle repair shop. Then the floors above that would all be residential. So there's 6 apartments on each floor for 4 floors, a mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms, mostly 2 bedrooms. And some of the units have a third space that's not big enough to be a bedroom, but could be like either a nursery for family or like a work at home office space. The building meets the transparency requirements. So, a lot of glazing. There's balconies above for the apartments. And there's bicycle parking both inside and outside, and proposed outside dining for the restaurant.
And with respect to the relief that we're seeking, can you describe the adjustment for parking that we require here?
Yes. So with the triangular shape of the lot, there's a little bit of a crunch in getting all the required spaces, but we have 30 of the 36 required. So we have, and depending, you could split it up different ways, but you could say we have at least 1 space for every residential unit, and then some spaces left over for the vehicle and the restaurant. We kind of anticipate the restaurant to be people, walk in and or parking on the street. But basically, yeah, we're 6 spaces short from meeting the requirement.
And we need an adjustment, and we're seeking an adjustment for the height of 5 stories because of the commercial nature of the building,
Correct.
use building. Yes, okay. Now, when we talk about a special use permit, that's another requirement that we're seeking. There are certain standards that have to be met in order to achieve a special use permit for a vehicle repair. Is that what it's characterized? It's not a gas station, is that correct? It's a vehicle repair station?
Right. It's not auto body or gas. It's just auto repair for, change oil and tune-ups and things like that is my understanding. Yeah.
And are you familiar with certain improvements or sound accompaniments as a result of the vehicle to keep the noise down if there is any? Or any particular equipment that is being used as a result to do that?
Right. So so we will be doing soundproofing in the building, both horizontal and vertical. Also, the technology has changed a bit over the years. So my understanding is that they no longer use the air guns that everybody's used to hearing that make a lot of noise when you're putting on nuts and bolts on the cars. They now use electric devices that take them off and make very little noise. But we will be doing extra care to soundproof the building, like I say, for the floors above and for the adjacent lease spaces, just to mitigate any noise that it does make.
So let me ask you, there are standards in the zoning ordinance for a vehicle repair facility under section 1202AA of the zoning ordinance. Let me ask you about these. All operate, and then I will ask the applicant as well with respect to these standards. All operations shall be performed within the building. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Side and rear yards screened with a fence, a minimum of 5 feet and a maximum of 7 feet.
Right. That's on the plans. Yep.
There shall be no partially dismantled, wrecked, or unlicensed vehicles to be stored outdoors of the premises.
Correct.
And no vehicles shall be stored or repair work done in the right of way.
Correct.
Okay. So that's the standards for the special use permit. I'm going to ask the applicant with respect to those standards, Mr. Chairman, as well. But let me go on to the standards for dimensional variance. you had, referred to it that it's it's side street build to requirements due to the triangular shape of the lot. Is that correct? Mr. Likens?
Right, correct.
Right. And with respect to the dimensional variances, is it your opinion that that hardship for which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique character of the subject land and not to the general character of the surrounding area?
That is absolutely correct, yes.
It's because of the character, the nature of the lot as being a triangular shape. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Is the hardship the result of any prior actions of the applicant?
No,
You didn't create the lot.
exactly.
In your opinion, will the granted and requested variance alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purposes of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Yes. In your opinion, will the granting of the requested variance alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purposes of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan?
I think only in a positive way. I think it'll be enhancement to the surrounding area and the neighborhood.
You know, will it clean up some of the blight that was there? That's my understanding is that this lot has remained vacant for a decade or more.
Right, I agree.
Okay. And will the hardship to be suffered by the owner of the property if dimensional variance is not granted amount to more than a mere inconvenience?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And the applicant is requesting to combine master and preliminary plan approval and requesting a waiver from submission of state approvals at the preliminary plan stage. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I have no further, do you want to add anything else to what I've asked you about the plans or anything we haven't covered, Mr. Likens?
No, I think that covers it. Thank you.
Okay. If the board has any questions of Mr. Likens, I'd like to just ask the applicant a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Does anyone have questions of Mr. Likens specifically? I mean, we can always call him back if needed, I
Yeah.
assume. Okay. All right, you can continue on.
So, I'd like to ask the applicant a question to the way you in.
So raise your right hand, please. Right here. Your other hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I will.
Just state your full name.
Michael Ayub,
Spell the last name.
Ayoub.
O-U-B.
Yeah, Ayoub.
Thank you.
So this is your project, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us, so it's a housing project,
Mhm.
its primary purpose is a restaurant, is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And it's 24 units.
Absolutely. Yes.
So tell us that the repair shop is a little bit unusual to have part of a mixed use facility.
Right.
So can you tell us why you want to have a repair
Okay.
shop here
Mhm.
and what your intentions are with respect to it?
Okay. I own I own 358 Elmwood Avenue, Elmwood Auto Sale. So they have two garages over there. They're too small because we do like 100 car a month. So we need bigger space for a repair, mostly my cars. And, we sell warranties with these cars. And people coming back with problem after a year or two. And, like, we don't have enough room, so we need a bigger room. That's why I used the garages. I'm trying to use the garages in the back for mostly like 80 to 90% of the work there is gonna be for my cars or my customer cars. So that's why I really need that spaces, so that way I can do better job with customer.
And tell me a little bit about how you keep your operation now. Do you have cars that are held overnight or on the street, or is there, because one of the requirements is that no repairs shall be done outside and no repairs shall be done within the right of way.
Right.
So talk about your present experience and how you're gonna carry it.
Yes, like repair always been done in the garage, inside the garage. But sometimes we have a lot of cars, we have to park them outside.
So that way we can, you know, like when you have two bay garage, lately, after COVID, we've been having big problem with parts. They're always sending me the wrong parts. So we have to leave the car on the lift 3-4 hours to bring me the right parts. So that way, you know, like my mechanic, he lost his day. And we can provide, you know, work for customer. So that's why I need more spaces, so that way, if any problem with any cars, we can leave it on this lift, we go work on another lift, and we get going.
Can you talk a little bit about noise or the ability to, because you're gonna have housing above.
Right.
And you're gonna have a restaurant next door.
Right.
So can you talk a little bit about how you control noise?
Okay, there is no more noise with those new tools. Like, you know, I have a gun for pickup truck, it's like that big. It's 9,000 pounds. And it's like you hear, that's it. You know, take the biggest screw off any, you know, truck, big trucks. So there is no noise with those new tools. Everything, you know, like 90% it's electric. So with electric tools, there is no noise whatsoever.
So how about, are there any odors that come from the facility that could have an adverse impact on either the housing or the restaurant?
Say that again?
Odors, any smells that come from?
No, there is no smells.
And how do you control the oil if you remove oil?
You know, like,
from
okay, there is like suck pump. You know, you put like, how I'm gonna say, it come with a tank, and they have a tube to put it inside the engine, and it will suck all the oil.
the car? How
So,
does that get disposed of?
you know, you know, I have a company, you know, every time I have like couple barrels, I call him, he come and he pick them up. He suck them out too and pick them up and go. So there is no dumping this way or nothing, just they put a tube and they suck everything out like nothing.
Yeah. Do you keep your present operation clean and efficient?
Yes, we do,
And you're intending to do that here as well?
absolutely. And even better because, you know, I'm spending so much money on a big building, so I'm not gonna let it be, it look like, you know, like
Right.
bad. It has to look good. So if I wanna put it as a trash, I won't put it there, you know, I put it somewhere else so that when my building hold his value.
So you will own this building and it will be apartments, right?
Yes.
And you will own the repair shop, so you will have
Absolutely.
control
Yes,
over what happens at the repair shop, so it doesn't obviously affect your residents.
no, it won't affect. I keep it very nice and clean.
And it's your intention, although we had some discussion tonight
Mhm.
about low to moderate, but at this point, it's your intention that these would be market rate units.
Yes,
But you're willing to have some discussion with respect to low to moderate income.
yes, I will just talk about this, not too long. So I just wanna see numbers and we'll go from there.
Mr. Chairman, that's the project. I'll be happy to answer any questions of the applicant. Mr. Likens can answer any questions. I'll let you know.
Okay, so you currently own 358 Elmwood Avenue Auto Sales?
Yes, and.
How long have you owned that?
18 years.
18 years. So would you be surprised to know that on the Google Street View, there are cars parked on the sidewalk throughout different views of that property?
Yeah, you know, sometimes we park cars, sometimes customer park cars, sometimes a customer from Apsara park cars.
But these are like up on the sidewalk, they're clearly,
Mhm.
they have tags, they're for sale, you know, things like that on
No,
them.
we don't put for sale sign on it.
There's one like a 2019 or whatever, those little stickers. that you
Oh,
see,
the year of the car.
Yeah,
Yes.
so those are obviously not customers of Apsara, those
No,
are your
yes, that's,
auto sales.
I'm telling you, some of them are ours,
Yeah.
you know, but now I just, you know, like, I hired another mechanic, so now we're little bit better, so.
Okay, and so you think that you'll be keeping the new property the same condition you're keeping the old property, which you say is really good. I don't think Google Street View says sends the same message. Because that's not allowed.
Yes.
Parking cars on the sidewalk is
No,
not allowed,
I don't.
but you do on your current property.
you know, like what I said, before, we were like what I told you, like, we have problem with the parts. So that's why I need a bigger base, so that way I don't park no more cars on the street. So if I just get stuck with one car, I can put another car right next to it on the second lift. You know what I mean? I need more spaces, so that way I can work on more cars and hire more mechanic. So that way I can get the car ready faster than now.
Mr. Gary, you indicate that for the special use permit and the relief requested, each has a low standard for approval relatively, and I would agree with that individually. But collectively, with this special use permit and what it deals with, I would argue that you're asking a lot. Specifically with parking and obviously the need for additional vehicles coming to the site because you're a vehicle-centric use. I just don't see it. The impact to the site and to the surrounding community, I think, is larger than the individual impact of each individually requested item of relief or waiver.
Using microphone, I'm sorry.
So the majority of the relief is required, notwithstanding the repair business. So it's the dimensional variance is required because of the lot size for the structure itself. The adjustment is for parking, which I agree with.
Which this is a vehicle-centric use that you're asking for parking relief for. For residential, we do it every day of the week. For restaurants, we do it all the time.
Right.
You're asking for relief from parking for a repair shop that down the street, when the business that this applicant owns is parking on the sidewalk.
Right. It's for parking of vehicles. It's not for storage of vehicles.
Which is one and the same if you're a customer of an auto body shop. So I don't see the distinction here.
He has so many parking spaces attributed to that use.
Nine, 3 per bay.
Exactly. And that's what he's supposed to use. And that's what's required under the special use permit.
Right, but you're asking relief for lower parking for the entire project.
We are. And you know, they have the repair, it has its own interest on the site, not from the back. Where's for
I'm sorry?
residents.
I don't
For
see
the
any
rest of,
specific.
yes.
I don't understand what we're talking about here. The repair bays are coming in.
From the back, it's from the back, and they have their own,
Where you have a curb cut on Elmwood Avenue and on Potter's
yes, you
Ave.
go into Elmwood Avenue, those two parking, and there is more parking in the back. And this, interest only for the repair facility.
But it's all connected.
Yes.
I guess I'm confused.
Jeff, can you share the screen for the site plan, please? Can we do that?
Let me see. I'm doing the Zoom on my iPad, not on my computer.
I'm looking at the site plan. I see what I think
Yeah.
you're talking about.
Yeah, there's an entrance, there's a smaller entrance off of Elmwood that I think the way Michael intends to use the property is that they would use that entrance mostly for the vehicle repair. You would come in and there's those parking spaces behind the garage doors in the back where and I think the normal entrance for everybody else would be the bigger entrance off of Potter's where all the parking is. So it's just a kind of functional separation of the parking, but not not absolutely defined. You're right. I mean, anybody could drive one direction or the other, but just functionally, they kind of setting that side of the property aside for the vehicle repair as an everyday use.
Okay. I don't want to hog up the time. Commissioners, do you have any other questions of the applicant? Just having a hard time reconciling the vehicle repair with the rest of the uses on the property. It's just, it
Understood. So, Mr. Chairman, you're gonna take public comment, but I reserve the right to come back and summarize.
You can always request that, yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else before we hear the staff report or open it up to public comment from commissioners? Okay, take it away, Child.
Right, thanks, Mr. Chair. So the applicant did talk about buildings design as well as the relief that they are going to be requesting. And we do find that the buildings design does meet the ordinance's guidelines for multifamily development by providing three-dimensional features as well as using materials that are encouraged in this zone. So as far as parking goes, as discussed, they are seeking an adjustment where 30 spaces will be provided and 36 are required. As far as landscaping goes, there is a landscaping plan that was included showing that they will meet the canopy coverage requirement. And they did provide an erosion control plan as well as drainage calculations with the submission. And they are seeking a waiver from submission of state approvals at this stage. And moving on from there, they are requesting to combine master and preliminary plan approval. And so we feel that you should vote to grant the waiver from submission of state approvals, finding that it will be in the interest of good planning practice. And following that, we do feel that you should consider both the master and preliminary plan together, given that the applicant has met the submission requirements for both stages. As far as dimensional adjustments go, they did say that they are seeking adjustments from height as well as for parking. And we do find that they meet the criteria for dimensional adjustments outlined in section 10005B of the development review regulations. And we find that they are eligible as they are providing vertical mixed use with over 50% of that space dedicated to a residential use. And we do find that the adjustments that they are seeking are reasonably related to the height increase as well as the reduction in parking. And so based on that, we recommend that you grant the dimensional adjustments for height and parking. Following that, they are seeking a variance from the side yard build to percentage requirement. And as discussed, we do find that this is a unique lot given that it is triangular with a long length as compared to what they have the frontage on Elmwood Ave. The length is on Potter's Ave. And so we do find that hardship was not the result of a prior action of the applicant. We don't foresee that it will alter the general character of the surrounding area based on your granting of it. And we do feel that denial could result in more than a mere inconvenience, as it would require drastic change based on what has been submitted. So we do recommend that you grant that dimensional variance. And moving on from there was some discussion about the special use permit, and they were required to meet certain criteria, including that no damaged vehicles be stored outdoors and no vehicle storage or repair work shall occur in the public right of way. And based on your satisfaction with the applicant's responses, we would recommend that you grant that special use permit for the vehicle repair facility. And moving on from there to the preliminary plan, we do find that this would be consistent with the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, as well as provision of housing in conformance with objective H2 of the plan. The use of multifamily and mixed-use development is permitted in the C2 zone. The applicant will need some dimensional adjustments as discussed. We don't foresee a negative environmental impact. However, their drainage calculations and erosion control measures shall be subject to the city engineer. We don't foresee any constraints to development of the property, and adequate vehicular and pedestrian access is provided from Elmwood Ave and Potter's Ave. So based on that, we would recommend that you, having combined master and preliminary plan approval, that you approve those plans subject to these conditions. that the landscaping plan be subject to the city forester's approval, that the stormwater calculations and erosion control measures shall be subject to the city engineer's approval, and that final plan be delegated to DPD staff. And, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so, before we open it up to public comment, we have received a few items. So again, the ground rules for public comment are 2 minutes per person. Written testimony that has been received, we'd ask not to be repeated. I've asked Troyan to run down the list of people who've submitted, public testimony prior to this meeting. And he'll go ahead and do that right now.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. And just to quickly summarize, a lot of the responses that we received were in favor of the mixed-use development as well as the addition of housing. But there were some concerns regarding the repair facility. And those comments have been circulated to the commission as well as the applicant. So I'm just gonna quickly run a list of names so that we can acknowledge that your responses have been noted by us. So in no particular order, we received responses from Ethan Kaya, Swap, Doug Victor, Liza Birkin, Derek Bowman, Dylan Peacock, Dylan Giles, Tyson Botanis, Kyoto Fields, Kathy Lund, and Karen Hughes.
And I would say that I agree with Attorney Gary's assessment of the overall sentiment of these letters. Most are in support of the redevelopment of this parcel, however, not in support of the special use permit for the auto repair. Okay, so again, we'll start off with we'll open up public comment at this time, and the only person I'm not going to set a stopwatch for is Councilman Juan Pichardo, who will be our first individual who's here speaking on this matter. Hang on 1 second, sir.
So please
I think
raise
we
your
have
hand.
to, don't we?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Just please state your name for the record.
Juan M. Pichardo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Councilman.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I will try to also be very brief. I did not submit testimony in writing, but I do want to provide my thoughts and also after hearing from my constituents and also about this project. First of all, I would say that we've been in waiting for this development for decades now. As it's called, the old Merritt's gas station, when is that gonna be rehabbed for many, many years? I also want to commend the owner of the Elmwood Auto Center, Michael Ayo. And he's been a business owner in Elmwood for now over 20 years. 30 years, there you go. 30 years, while doing right across the street, the mobile gas station. And he owns the business, not the lot and where the Elmwood Auto Sales is, just to be clear on that. Recently, he also just bought, I guess, the Elmwood Market and now the site in 400 Elmwood Avenue, corner of Providence. I do support him and I want to be very encouraging in terms of a small business and especially micro business in the area. Very in favor of seeing the parcel being developed, especially for housing. That is quite clear, the message that was been noted via written statements and also just read, but also through the conversation that I've had within my constituents in the nearby, whether it's two streets around, and also from other neighbors who are concerned. I'm in support of the housing. I'm in support of the variances in terms of the height, because that's what the comprehensive plan is calling for in the next one that we're developing, right? To develop more housing. I'm also very encouraging to all developers, not just only this one, but also in other parts of the city, to developers to consider the mixed use affordable housing units within their development, whether it's in downtown, east side, north end, and now in the south side, and he's willing to do so. The one thing that I do have, and I've heard, and I have personally seen and tried to look for, is that the makeup of how the design is in terms of, the development. And that is the repair shop. Knowing and having experience, within the districts that I've represented in the past, 20 years, but also as a former, chair of licensing, you know, tire repair shops opened up and they say, we'll keep everything inside. And all of a sudden we have continuously, complaints about neighbors and also just, services being outside. I understand the goal of Mr. Io is that, you know, to enhance his business, and I've actually, we spoke about how even in that commercial, first floor to expand his offices there instead of a repair shop. So, with that said, I would say two things. One is that I would ask this commission to, modify or oppose the vehicle repair facility in that establishment. It is unprecedented in the city of Providence, that I've known of. I've asked even city officials, none of this happens. People have said, well, it doesn't happen in other neighborhoods, but this one, you know, but, you know, I won't even go there. But I wouldn't want to see it for a couple of reasons. One, we're setting precedent more so in our city. We want to make sure that people do live a better quality of life for now and in the future. You know, Mr. Ayo runs a very good business there, employs a lot of people. A lot of people came out to the community meeting last October 10th. But I also recognize that, and I asked myself, would I live there? You know, on top of a garage. I know that in bigger cities, you may have some of that, but this is not other cities. This is Providence, and we have a saying. And I wholeheartedly would support him in keeping that as commercial, but not as a repair shop. The other concern that I will ask you to, whether this is the right body, is to take a look at, or at least put into those variances in terms of when the facility was turned down, you know, not to the owner's fault, but I guess whomever came and knocked it down, it appeared that they didn't take precaution based on the fact that the site was an old gas station. Even now, as I was shown a letter from Mr. Gary, it was dated 2014, that it says that that the tank has been removed. But the letter also says that, you know, that every precaution should be taken while dealing with the site to ensure that if there are any other environmental issues there, that they to take care of those precautions. And I think during the tear down of the building, that wasn't done. So I want to make sure that the commissioners can put a condition on that in terms of the development in that area, and making sure that DEM is working alongside with that site. Again, for the outlook of the quality of life there, how it could be mitigated. And then finally, just to ensure that a vehicle repair shop does not belong in there. While I know that there's a gas station in the front and there are several along Elmwood Avenue, but for the people that are going to live there, whether it's a small drill and having you know, the foam or the barriers to not allow the noise, there'll still be traffic. There'll still be that congestion in that area. And it is a busy corner. We as a city council and as a comprehensive plan, we're putting and talking about, you know, having more cars parked in the streets. Elmwood is a commercial avenue, and so I'm glad that there's going to be enough parking for the residents there. At least from what I read, about 34. I think that not having that repair shop will add to that quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I think the neighbors behind it will be pretty quiet about the use. The neighbors behind it won't make too much noise about the use, but the others. All right, our next person, Paula Donovan.
Ma'am, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State your name for the record.
Paula Donovan, Donovan.
Thank you.
I've been a resident of Lenox Avenue for almost 40 years. I think Councilman Pichardo iterated some of what I said. I did submit written testimony and I wasn't included in your list, although you acknowledged that you received it. So maybe you could find that and distribute it. So I will reiterate. I just wanted to say that, but I did want to reiterate what Councilman Pichardo said. I support the development of housing, but I do oppose having a car repair shop in a housing development. I also think, as Councilman Pichardo mentioned, that is a very busy intersection. I know traffic flow studies are not required by this body, but I would say that even the housing units by themselves will create more traffic in that area with egress and ingress to that space. Because already when I go through that intersection, there are commercial businesses across the street on Potters Avenue, and cars do park on the sidewalk there. And that becomes a very congested intersection. So I think the housing by itself probably could cause some issues with congestion, with traffic flow. And that is another reason why not to not support the car repair shop. Thank you.
All right, and thanks, we did receive your letter, was from Paula on Lennox.
Yeah.
All right, Dylan Peacock. And Kyoto Fields, you're on deck.
I'm not likely to say written comments.
Then we'll take that as your testimony. Thank you.
Sir, raise your hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
State and spell your name, please.
Dylan Peacock,
Right, and then-
sorry, Dylan Peacock, DYLANPEACOCK.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. I live on Congress Ave. I can see the site from my house. And, you know, this is a lot bigger than just what the developer is proposing. This is one of the most high traffic, visible, important intersections in our community. You know, as Chairman Gazdaco mentioned, and I have multiple photos of, you know, engines outside of, you know, the garage doors. Unlike the staff report, you know, auto body shops in our community do not shut their doors. So it's not really indoors, and cars are stored all over the place. I have photos of, you know, unlicensed cars parked on the sidewalk. You know, the proponents have not provided any comp plan language or great streets language for how this project advances the strategic initiatives of the city. I provided some language in written testimony for how this does not. And, you know, the intentions that we're hearing are for the private benefit of the owner, not for the benefit of the community or advancing these strategic interests. I appreciate that Mr. Ayub maybe believes he runs a tight shop, but also this is something that runs with the land. So if it is ever sold, it's still, you know, the president goes on from there that there's a repair shop here should the ownership ever be transferred. And the city's strategic goals related to repairing corridors that have been harmed with auto-centric uses. This does not advance that. It doesn't follow with the comp plan or the Great Streets plan. Elmwood Avenue is designated as a future Great Streets. Also, Potters Avenue is a major corridor, and so having an auto body shop as your your main focal point driving down a major street that runs through three neighborhoods is not best planning practices, and it sets a major precedent throughout the city, especially in light of the rezoning and of the comprehensive plan where all C1 will now be C2. I did have conversations with planning staff about this, and they said that there would not be future auto repair use in C2 districts going forward with the new comp plan. And so I asked that you consider that. The environmental stuff that was mentioned earlier is a little bit concerning just because we were told that all of the necessary paperwork was in order. So I do hope you'll consider that. And is that the 2 minutes? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I forgot to mention, if you are joining us virtually, to please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in. That was, if Kyoto, you're good? Okay, so then that's our last person here in our physical audience. Please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you would like to join us from the virtual audience.
Okay, next we have Michelle. And Michelle, you can unmute and the stenographer is going to swear you in.
Okay, I'm listening.
Raise your right hand, assuming that you are. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state and spell both your names.
Michelle Walker, Michelle. Last name is Walker, Walker.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So briefly, I missed the last meeting, so I apologize for coming late to this. I am happy to see something being done on that corner, but something that I have not heard about, there is a bus stop very close to that property. And so the gentleman has said he has 100 cars coming in a month and going and entering in from Elmwood Avenue to the back of his property. So that's another reason for me that the increase in traffic would not be safe for even pedestrians that are walking to and taking the bus there. The second thing I want to ask is the owner has said there's going to be a restaurant there. Now that's a very broad word. What does he mean by restaurant? Is this going to have music? Is it going to have drinking? Because this is something that we don't want to turn into another bar where we have a noise ordinance problem here. We've seen that in other parts of Providence on Broad Street, and we don't want that here. I'm a homeowner on P Street, and I can walk to that to Potters Avenue. So it's in my neighborhood. So I'd like for that to be addressed. What is the restaurant going to be? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to chime in here, I'm not speaking for the applicant, but I believe he was speaking about 100 cars or so to his existing repair facility, auto body facility down the street. And as far as the type of restaurant, that would be different approvals from the licensing committee as far as live entertainment and alcohol and things like that. So that would be separate and apart from the land use that we're dealing with here.
Okay, next we have Liza B.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Assuming that you are, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God?
I do. I swear.
State and spell both your names, please.
Liza Birkin, Liza Burkin.
Thank you.
And Liza, we do have written testimony from you on record, just to reiterate.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I just wanted to hop on and thank the commissioner. I couldn't tell who it was who demonstrated the Google Street View. That really just validates my everyday existence as an Elmwood resident and demonstrates why we shouldn't add an additional car repair shop at that location. And I just wanted to suggest, as a neighbor who visits that site every single day, I think that it could be taller than 5 stories. I think 6, 7, 8 stories of housing there would be appropriate and good for the city. And if we can provisions that I hope will happen, if you all deny the special use permit, we could do with some more housing at that location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Cameron Lafreniere. Cameron, if you want to unmute.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Azar.
Sir, raise your right hand, please. Assuming that you are, do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state and spell both your names.
Sure. Cameron, Cameron, Lafreniere, LAFreniere.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I live at 115 Butler Avenue on the east side of Providence. I am here today to call for the commission to revise this, ask for this agenda item and development to be proposed to be redesigned, similar to the testimony given by Liza Birkin. I believe that considering the entire parcel only allots for housing on potentially a third of the lot is quite concerning, given that the amount of impermeable surface already present, as Mr. Azar stated before, the city of Providence is already in agreement with the EPA, I believe he had said, based on the amount of impermeable surface. I think given our comprehensive plan update and draft that will likely be voted and approved tomorrow, that by the city, that this development as proposed is out of step with the comprehensive plan. And I believe that the redressment required would indicate that we shall allow for housing above the intended surface level lot behind the building, as well as the disallowance, the removal of a auto-centric use as part of this development. I believe also I would say that in terms of a restaurant being proposed on the first floor, I think a far better use would be a cafe that could be intended as a community gathering place. I have seen that, you know, there's great inequities in terms of what type of mixed use is allowed or is proposed when it comes to different parts of the city. And I think this part of the city could really use some place that could be more of a community gathering place, less for a place where people can only go if they can spend, you know, $20, $30, or $40, as well as for knowledge sharing and the such. So I do think that this development could be rethought and maybe even double or triple the amount of housing, and maybe increase the allowed height to 6 or 7 stories. I think that would be in line with the current comprehensive plan, considering this abuts a bus stop and major RIPTA routes, as well as the RIPTA headquarters. So I think that's what I think should happen with this development. Furthermore,
Cameron, your time is up, so please wrap it up quickly.
yeah, sure. I do agree that auto-centric land uses have been a real problem in Elmwood, as I've seen. So I appreciate your time, and I believe there aren't enough bicycle parking spots. If any, I would like that as a last question. Are there any bicycle parking spots available?
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, next is Linda Perry.
Ma'am, please raise your right hand, assuming that you are. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give it will be, I'm sorry, the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, yes, I do. Thank you.
Please state
Okay,
and
I'm
spell
gonna
last
jump
name.
right in. My name is Linda Perry, Linda Perri.
Thank you.
I'm speaking as a 40-year plus resident of South Providence. Sorry to say to the owner and to the lawyer that this is a bad idea to have a car repair shop in below a residential development. Now, there are fumes associated with, although the lawyer said there isn't, but there is. In every garage that I've been to has an exhaust system. Every restaurant I know that I've been to has an exhaust system. Big fans exhausting in a kitchen. Although, you know, the other person's idea of a cafe is more desirable, because Providence, every restaurant becomes a bar. Bar none, no pun intended, bar none. Every restaurant, any money, need a liquor license. And it goes on and on from there. There is a auto car wash on Aldrich Street off Broad Street that has a junkyard behind it, and cars continuously park on the sidewalk. Given the Google image that we should not have a car repair shop there. And I applaud Councilman Pachado for stepping in and speaking up for the residents in Elmwood. With the car repair shop comes diesel trucks, tow trucks, towing in cars that need repairs, and it goes on and on. So there are unintended consequences that are yet to be seen. We should not give them a grant to, this is a lateral, not even a lateral move. This is a step down. If we're going to improve our neighborhoods, we need to improve it, not to destroy it, and not to have a car repair place grandfathered in. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Linda. Is there anyone else from the public who cares to opine on this matter? Again, raise your virtual hand or press star 9 if you're calling in. And last chance for anyone here in the physical audience on this agenda item. Okay.
Raise your right hand, sir, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
State and spell both your names.
Leonardo Taveras, Taveras.
Thank you.
And your address, sir? Just, you didn't sign in.
Oh, I did it, sorry. 99 Porter Street, Cranston.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, I've been working with Mr. Michael Ayu since 2017. And the reason I'm here is because I listened to a lot of people saying they want the repair shop because of traffic, because this, because of that. But nobody think about all the people he hired. How many people eat from that business that he has now? And how many people are gonna be eating in the new business? We're talking about we're gonna be having at least 15 or 20 people working in that building. So we're looking into the restaurant, the shop, people working on the building. I think we should, why not? Some people say that, you're gonna leave on top of the repair shop? Maybe this person will leave, but if the rent is comfortable for me, I will live up there. Why not? I'm not gonna pay 4,000, or maybe the rent's 1,800, right? You're gonna be paying for what you're getting. I mean, we think in the future, but I think me as a young person, I will control my future. Now the people say, y'all want to believe in in 20 years. You don't know what I'm gonna be in 20 years. Maybe I can pay that rent. Maybe I can live in downtown Providence. Or maybe I can pay 2,000 or 3,500. That's what I would like to say. I think the repair shop won't kill nobody. I think we should do it. And I've been living in that area in Providence. I just moved to Cranston since 1992. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else in the virtual world? I see no one else here in the physical world. Have that back left. And with that, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Oh, sorry. Time's up.
Time's up here.
Mr. Chair, just want to say, I forgot to mention that we also received comments from Kevin Neal and Daria Brasher, so want to acknowledge that as well.
Okay, so 2 additional, and now we will officially close the public comment portion of this agenda item.
Mr. Chairman, would I be allowed to, thank you.
Mr. Gary, he would, because I probably have at least 1 or 2 questions for you based on the public comment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to summarize and talk afterwards. Essentially, I'd like to amend the application to add 3 or 4 stories of residential use on testimony.
Approved.
having said that, we knew that the auto body, repair shop, would receive the comment that it did receive. The gentleman has worked in this business for 30 years. It's allowed him to build this residential structure with the restaurant. So I would ask you to seriously consider that. If it doesn't, if it doesn't work out economically, it's not gonna work out economically for him. He's gotta have it in there with his housing and with his restaurant. And if it doesn't work economically, he's gonna change it to something else. So I would say that it's his livelihood. It's allowed him to do what he's doing. And I would ask you to seriously consider it. If you choose not to, adopt that or approve the special use permit, we would ask respectfully that you approve the rest of it with a permitted, if that use is not permitted, then the use should be a permitted use under the zoning ordinance. That use requires generally more parking than any other permitted use. General office requires less parking than is required for the repair shop. So we would respectfully ask that if you choose not to approve the special use permit, that you do approve the rest of it with a condition that a permitted use, permitted commercial use be permitted in that space.
Pause, please.
So that would be perhaps a legal question. So, are you suggesting that if the commission is not inclined to approve the special use permit, that you would be amenable to them approving, say, a vanilla box commercial space that is a permitted use under the zoning ordinance and would typically have a parking requirement of 1 space per 500, which is a little bit less than what the auto facility requires, because on top of it, it requires three spaces per bay. So chances are, if they do that, they could still approve the parking reduction, and you'd be within the realm of zoning compliance. But does that mean that, I guess I'm looking to you as to what the mechanism is here. Are you saying that you would be withdrawing the application for the special use permit, or that they would be denying that? And then that you would, if they deny it, you would be amending your application for this other space?
Well, I'm not prepared unless my client is willing to withdraw the application. But let me watch the cord as you come out here. So, as I sense that may not get approved by the board. My client would like to get a sense of that from the board. If you were to deny it, I would suggest that after that, we would amend the application to seek a commercial permitted use in that space.
Mr. Chair, what if you took somewhat of a straw poll of the members and then posed the question to the applicant?
Yeah, because I'd prefer the modification before we start any decisions or deliberations. I mean, I personally am not in favor of the auto repair, but I'm in support of everything else that's here. And I even wrote a note to Bob during the questioning, something akin to any other allowed commercial C2 use would be perfectly fine with me, as opposed to this. I just don't see how we can we can grant the relief requested with the special use permit tied to it. Separate and apart, I think they make sense. Together, they don't. And I don't see it as a cohesive project with the auto repair use in it. But that's just me. On one vote, you need three, a majority, simple majority of members present to pass it. So
Yeah, I would agree with what you said there. I feel like that,
but I think that's two. So you already, yeah, I think you have your answer.
Two, there's 4 people here.
Yeah, you need three positives.
Can I take a minute?
Yes, absolutely. Is it a good time to take a 5-minute recess, take a bathroom break? Can we do that during an item, or do we have to wait till the item's closed?
Well, I don't know, you can absolutely recess anytime, but we'll probably want to take a recess after this item anyway.
Okay, then we'll just hold on.
Can I ask one
We
question
can-
while
he can
there's,
talk
yeah,
while they're
so,
talking, yeah.
was there
We're
in
still
discussion, in discussions with planning staff, was there any discussion of where exactly the bus stop is, relative to the, I know they're reducing the existing curb cut along Elmwood Avenue, but do we know where that bus stop is?
No, that isn't something that we discussed, but we can definitely look that up.
If I may, it's in front of the cemetery.
Okay.
Okay, so it's off
So
the
it's off
property, okay.
from the property.
And then I guess this is an issue for the applicant, no matter what they do, but we haven't received anything from DEM regarding the soil standards for this site, whether they're commercial, industrial, or residential. I mean, that's on them when they do this project, right?
Yes.
Looks like we're back.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
you're not taking a break. So what we would request is the withdrawal of the special use permit for the auto body repair shop. And in its place, any permitted use under the C2 zoning district would be allowed in its place. And I know there's the parking issue, but I think that under the circumstances that as Bob had indicated, is that takes up generally more parking than almost any other permitted commercial use.
I would agree with that. Just want to make sure that the staff is okay with that and our legal counsel is okay with this modification of the submission.
So what I would say is that I think Mr. Garrity's right, that if this is your typical commercial use that requires one space for every 500 square feet of commercial space, then the parking requirement for that space will be lower than what it is for the auto repair use. So I think if you approve the parking reduction as indicated, there will be, you'll have a project that will comply. What I would say is that this may alter some of the fenestration on the ground floor, what the building looks like in the back, because it won't have those garage bays anymore. That's certainly something I think we could deal with at the staff level if you see fit to
Absolutely.
delegate that to us.
And then mechanically, it would just be not ignoring the special use permit entirely at the request of the applicant.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Before you leave, commissioners, do you have any other questions of the applicant based on the public testimony or questions that have come up that you've thought of since we closed the public testimony or they provided their presentation?
John,
My only
what?
thought was about the traffic. Sometimes we've asked for traffic studies. And I do know that's a busy corner already.
Yeah.
30 more neighbors. What, are there any solutions if they're working? There's already a stoplight.
Yeah, there's a stoplight there. I don't know. We were kind of asking two things is, to add more density and then to not add more. Right, like people going to the site, but, yeah,
Have you thought about that? The traffic impact?
Before when they were.
hang on one second, talking to the microphone, thank you.
Okay, before when there were two lines going up and down, 2 and 2, it was a lot easier. But now they put the left and right in the middle. That's what make it worse, traffic in Elmwood Avenue. That's one of the biggest issue, make more traffic there. Those two, instead of
turning lane,
4
the turning
lane, so now there is turning lane left and right. So they cut 1 lane from here, 1 lane from here, and they made 1 lane instead of 2 lanes.
I mean, our normal course of business is not to request a traffic study for a project of this size. It'd be slightly onerous on the applicant to do so.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just address the environmental issue that was raised.
I was actually wondering that myself.
So I wanted to be clear that I'm told that there are no restrictions, that the site is clean and that.
The soil meets DEM residential
meet
standards.
DEM residential standards. That's what I'm told. If that's not the case, it will be required to meet DEM residential standards.
Okay, I appreciate that, adding that in.
Yeah,
That's not something we have jurisdiction over, obviously, but it's a question. And
the architect, I gave him the file with all the paper for the environmental. So, they came in, they took the tanks out, they inspect the whole property. You know how you gotta do well for water for 6 months or 9 months to make sure there is no other contamination.
do you know if you have a no further action or a?
No further action. That's it. It's all done.
Do you have a closure report and everything? Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioners, anything else before we get into discussions?
John, can you tell us what state approvals you're seeking waivers from?
License, if you can bring it back up, might have to address that. My guess is it's the standard Narragansett Bay Commission approvals.
You could have asked them a few minutes ago.
I should have, before they left.
We're just here.
Yeah, I would think it's Narragansett Bay Commission. I can't imagine.
Is that not on the application, Chair?
I believe they said state approvals, but since we were talking about DM, I wanted to check if that was required as well.
Well, we wouldn't require state approval. We wouldn't require DEM approvals for brownfields. That's never part of it.
Okay.
Jeff Likens, if you're there.
Yes.
Can you confirm which state approvals are required for this?
I'm not aware of any state approvals other than just what was discussed. You need DEM and you need Providence water. That's all I'm aware of. I do have Mr.
You need Narragansett Bay Commission for stormwater. I think that's the one.
Right. Yeah. And wastewater as well. But yeah, so I mean, we'll apply for those as normal course of permitting.
Okay.
Can I ask one other question while Jeff is on? Were there, I mean, a lot of people have talked about extra height for more housing, but were there considerations ever in design, in thinking through how to get more housing on this site, either through like an L-shaped building or maybe less desirable, but reorienting the building towards Potter's Ave?
So I looked at various ways of orienting the building and utilizing the space. As you can see, the lot as it goes down Potter, it gets thinner and thinner, and even at the thickest point at Elmwood, there's not. If you turn the building around, if you make a building big enough for these kinds of uses, there's barely enough space behind the building to have one row of parking and the required backup. So it was far less efficient layout than the way we oriented it. And given the current design and uses, we were as seen in the application, we were 6 parking spaces short. So making the building bigger in any direction or making an L shape would just, chew up more parking and create more impervious surface. So I felt this was a good balance. We're at around 66% lot coverage with impervious, where before it was 100%. So I felt we made good strides in making this a more environmental friendly development, and trying to provide enough parking that not to burden the area. So in various scenarios I tried, this seemed to be the best balance in being able to accommodate all those. And as was mentioned, if we do go to a conforming use, which is what's on the table, and I certainly support that, our parking is most likely going to break even. In other words, I think most any other use would require the exact amount of parking that we're providing. So I think it'll be even a better scenario in terms of traffic on the streets and such, and creating any more nuisance in that respect. So I think as is, it's really at its best balance for all the functions of a development like this: the parking, the green space, and providing the building and the housing.
I think what Charlotte's saying, not to speak for her, but if the applicant were to consider, we've already removed the auto repair, the applicant were to consider additional residential space coming into those 10 spaces along Potters Avenue or something like that, and another request for some parking relief, I think we'd be more than happy to entertain that. That'd be something we would look favorably upon.
Like the lady say, if I can get more stories.
But you could do like a structure over these 10 parking spaces and then do the same amount of stories. You can add a whole bunch of more square footage right there.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I know we're talking about space. I just want to be clear. So we talked about commercial space in the auto repair facility. Residences would also be a permitted use. And I don't want to close that possibility out.
Residences on the ground floor, but not within 20 feet of the main street, because Elmwood Avenue is one of those designated main streets.
That would require it.
So you could have some residential in the back.
Okay. Thank you.
But yes, I would, as long as it doesn't require additional relief, that seems acceptable. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ooh. We're not even halfway through. This agenda item. All right, so I feel a lot better about this one. And I feel like the actions we need now, that we only have to make 4 votes instead of 5. I'm happy with all of the 4 votes we have to make. The waiver from state approvals, the dimensional adjustments for the parking, considering that it would be just another commercial use, the dimensional variance, based on the size of the lot. I would like to implore the applicant to continue to. I know that this project has to make money for you, so if you need some more residential space, we'd be open to discussing that if you wanted to come back. And then obviously the preliminary plan.
So I have a question about that, because I do think that I know they've reduced the impervious coverage, but I think there are better uses for the impervious that they have within this plan right now. And like, I think like similar to a lot of the people that commented, there's higher densities that we could get on this site. And it would probably be a win-win in terms of income. So if they were to change the site plan in that direction, what would be the path forward?
They'd have to come back. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Which is not the worst thing in the world.
Okay.
I would say, however, to those that are talking about 6 and 7 stories, probably not.
Yeah, we didn't say that.
Yeah, under these circumstances, I do appreciate that, and and perhaps Elmwood Avenue is a really good place for that kind of thing. It does create challenges when we look at our C2 zones elsewhere in the city, and if we were inclined, we've generally said that you can get 5 stories for, you know, one of the traditional amenities that we typically see. We've been amenable to 2 extra stories when there's an affordable housing component to it, which there's been some talk about, but no commitment.
So I think the answer to my question is we could approve, as you're saying, you know, everything but the special permit use. And then if they wanted to introduce more building to this site, they'd have
They could come back for a modification of that approval. I think that would be what it would be, right? A
Yeah,
modification.
it would be a major change.
Yeah, okay.
Which is, you know, obviously easier than getting through an entire land development project. But it's still, you know, the process of coming to a public hearing and having to deal with us for another hour or two. Any other discussion?
No, I think we addressed what the residents were looking for when we removed the repair shop, so it's productive towards getting the site going.
I do. I really, I want to reiterate, and maybe I hope I was emphatic enough that I am very pleased that this site is going to be redeveloped. I've been vacant, abandoned for a long time, and I do appreciate your efforts to that. So I don't want to minimize that in the discussion. I had trouble reconciling the uses. That was that. Not to say that the other use is bad, I just didn't think it was cohesive with this land development project. So I guess if we are going to start working our way through this project and start taking some votes, the first would be a vote for waiver from submissions of state approvals. For someone to make a motion to approve the waiver from submission of state approvals, and someone could say so moved.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We'll go around with a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. And the next would be the dimensional adjustments.
Combination of stages.
Oh, I'm sorry. Combination of stages. That is one I missed. I put numbers by each one. All right, yes. Would someone like to make a motion for that?
So moved.
We have a motion to approve the combination of stages. Do we have a second?
Second.
Or we have a second. We'll go around again. Noel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. The third vote, see, we will have 5 votes after. The third vote is for the dimensional adjustments, to approve the dimensional adjustments for the building height and parking as described based on the testimony and the positive findings with section 1005B of development review regulations as described in the written testimony.
Moved.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go around again. Noel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. The next would be the zoning variance for the dimensional variance requested, the relief from the side yard setback requirement of 40% of the interior side yard setback line is to be required by the building within the build-to zone, but 11% will be provided. Based on the testimony, the findings in the staff report and the discussion, we would make a motion to approve the dimensional relief.
So moved.
Motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, go around with the voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Again, just for the record, at the request of the applicant, the special use permit request has been withdrawn, so we move on to the preliminary plan. And it would be a vote to approve the preliminary plan, subject to granting all the waivers which we already approved, subject to the following conditions. So approve the preliminary plan subject to the following conditions. The landscape plan shall be subject to the city forester's approval. The stormwater calculations and erosion control measures shall be subject to the city engineer's approval. Final plan should be delegated to DPT staff.
So move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go around with a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Best of luck, and again, more residential would be, we'd be open to that if you were to come back. It'd be an easier hearing than tonight. All right, with that, we've been here for a little while. We're gonna take Okay, we'll call this meeting of the City Planning Commission back to order and head directly into agenda item number 4, which is a minor subdivision with Unified Development Review, public hearing on case number 24-040 MI, 33 Murray Street.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. And a quick introduction before the applicant gets started. This is a request for a minor subdivision with Unified Development Review. And the lot measures approximately 7,000 square feet, and the applicant is requesting to subdivide the lot into 2 lots of 3,500 square feet with widths of 40 feet. And they're seeking relief from the minimum lot size requirement as well as the lot width requirement, where 5,000 square feet, a minimum lot area of 5,000 square feet, and 50 feet is required for new subdivisions. They're also seeking relief from the front yard impervious coverage requirement, where 33% is permitted, but 39% on lot 1 and 82% on lot 2 are proposed.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dylan Conley on behalf of the applicant.
You gotta get really, real close to the mic.
Is it working?
I think it's on, tuck into it closely.
Just get real close to it.
It's better.
No,
It's off.
I can scream.
No, turn it on. It might just go off if it hasn't been changed.
No, the battery.
Oh, the batteries are dead. Can you hear this at all?
Yeah. We're going to be getting to that.
Dylan, do you have anybody who's gonna be serving as a witness?
Peter Peters.
Okay.
We must be.
This application is in what we call in a lot of communities is classically referred to as a lot split. We had a great overhead image available on the screen moments ago, but basically these are 2 recorded lots. They are separate lots. if you take a look at this image, the garage in the back middle of this lot no longer exists. When you look at the rear lot line of lot 220 directly behind us, we're basically just looking to carry that lot line through. If you zoom out, you can see all the 3,500 square foot lots in this neighborhood generally. So I'm going to hand out one more exhibit. All of the documents included in this exhibit are already in your package, but this is just handing them out to be focused on a little bit reordered. So this is an annotated copy of the receiver's deed. My client received this property buying through the receivership process. Portion of the receivership process is Superior Court oversight over the sale of basically functionally distressed property. You can see the date associated with this receivership deed is on 5/25 of 2023. My annotation on the right-hand side, if you can read my handwriting, says by order of Superior Court, as described in Exhibit A. I've highlighted the language in the deed that generates that annotation. And then if you turn to Exhibit A, which is the next page in your document, Exhibit A describes the property as these two certain lots or parcels of land, lots number 10 and 11. And if you turn the page once more, you actually see a plat map. And I've highlighted lots 10 and 11. Those are the lots that we're talking about. We are attempting to get the city to recognize the fact that these are two separate lots of record. So that was the first reason why we believe that that this land already was two separate lots. The second is pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 452438C, which states in pertinent part, this is one of those laws, the many laws that changed in January of 2024. The last sentence says, and I quote, "The merger of lots shall not be required when the substandard lot of record has an area equal to or greater than an area of 50% of the lots within 200 feet of the subject lot, as confirmed by the zoning enforcement officer." What we've done to substantiate that we meet with that, you see a letter attached to your document from State Line. We're still good on audio here?
Yep.
State Line Land Surveying. They've counted the lots in the area. We are certainly greater than 50% of the lots within 200 feet are of that 3,500 square foot lot size. So the first reason, Mr.
Before you
Chairman,
go further, the state law you just referenced was a prohibition of merging lots, not to decouple the lots, correct?
correct.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, so to that end, Mr. Chairman, we can find nothing in the record that ever merged these lots. We do not understand why they appear as merged. It's very difficult for us to prove a negative, that they have never in fact been merged in any way, shape or form. The closest I can come is by proving, the opposite. And I would suggest that, proof of the opposite would be the receiver's deed, from 2023, which identifies them as two separate lots of record. We are here this evening because the hardship is if this relief is not granted, we do not receive the full use and enjoyment of the additional lot of record. So again, we are looking to split this lot in half to be the same size as the majority of lots in the area. Lots 10 and 11 as they were originally platted and as recognized in the 2023 receiver's deed. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to call my expert, Mr. Peter Friedrichs. He has submitted a report into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Just out of curiosity, did the city recognize these as two separate lots in 2023 or just the receiver's deed?
Just the receiver's deed, to my knowledge, the city is identifying it as a single lot. The basis for that, I am supposing, is its appearance on GIS we do not understand the origin of why the second lot of record disappeared.
If I could, for the commission, the legal status of the lot is recognized by the city as one lot. To the extent the applicant has some legal arguments that it may or may not be one lot, those are not the purview of this commission. That would require a court order or some other process. As you probably are aware, the Subdivision and Land Development Act did not exist until 1992. The city did not pass regulations related to subdivision and land development until about a year later. It was very common for decades or throughout the 20th century for lots to be merged at the request of a homeowner with a simple letter or phone call to the tax assessor's office. The fact that there is a plat and lot showing this as one lot suggests that that was done. To the extent the applicant has, as I said, an argument to be made, it's not for this commission to change the legal status of the lot here tonight.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I would like to turn over to Peter. Peter has appeared in front of this board numerous times before. We do have copies of his resume available. We are requesting he's identified as an expert for the purpose of Unified Development Review.
And we will accept him again as an expert.
So raise your right hand, please. Do solemnly swear the testimony about to give you that will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Spell your name.
Peter is my first name, Peter, last name Friedrichs, Friedrichs.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the commission. I wish to draw your attention to Appendix A of the legal memorandum, which is my analysis of the dimensional variance requests. So if you turn to page 2, it identifies the four items where the proposed subdivision does not meet the zoning ordinance. So the first one, or the first two relate to, I'll take it one at a time. So, first one is minimum lot area for lot 1. That is the now vacant lot. The second, is related to minimum lot width. So we talked about a little bit. The lots in this neighborhood, this plat, are 40 feet in width, 50 feet is required. And then the next two requests relate to lot area and lot width for the second lot, which is the lot with the house on it. There was some discussion about front yard pervious surface, and I'll let Dylan cover that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what's identified in our survey is a requirement basically that we do need the front yard pervious surface relief on both lots. The lot with the home, the survey essentially misses the fact that that tiny sliver is all green. And we were happy with the condition that required removal of the pervious surface in the second lot as a condition of any approval. We're also comfortable seeking the variance on both because the reasons for the variance and the hardship apply identically to that relief as it would be if those conditions did not exist. I would suggest in whichever manner the board wanted to approach it is perfectly fine by the applicant. But so again, just what we're identifying, there's like a diagonal parking space in the second lot. We would be happy for a condition of approval that required us to remove that prior to final approval. And then secondly, the small area in between the front of the building and Murray Street is in fact green. It's just difficult to tell. If you go to a street view, it leaps out at you. And I do have photos in the record to that effect.
Okay. So the first standard for the commission's consideration is that the hardship is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land or structure. And here I want to turn the commission to Exhibit 6, which is on page 15 of my printed copy of the exhibit. This is the ownership history for lot 188, which is the city's reference for this, one of the two lots. The other one was lot 187. And it shows that Mary Porasica acquired the lot in 1937, and that it was dropped into lot 187 December 1964. If you turn the page to Exhibit 7, page 16 of my printed copy, this is a deed from 2 years later, and it has the same deed description that's been used time after time, including in the receiver's deed for this property, which is lots 10 and 11 on replat number 2 of the Plainfield Street plat. It's quite dubious to me that a property owner would merge a lot and then turn around 2 years later and sell it as 2 lots. And if you track the history of the exhibits here, this property is referred to time and time again as 2 lots.
If I could just for the commission, I'm not gonna weigh in here on the legal or title issues here, but it is not uncommon for a conveyance to go back to the original platting to describe the property and the exhibit, both in the written description and in the plat and map imaging. So I'm not advising the board here as a real estate attorney or the applicant as to what the legal significance of these conveyance documents is for this particular property, but in my experience, that has not been an indicator of there being 1 or 2 lots. It's just the way the property description is done historically. They go back to the oldest known platting and mapping.
Thank you. So turning back to page 4, which are some more facts about the unique characteristics of the land. The house has an enclosed porch. The driveway is of minimal width, varying from 7.5 to 9.4 feet. The Providence Planning Department has requested a 2-foot access easement on lot 11, proposed lot 1, to allow the doors of cars parked on lot 10 to open. This access easement is amenable to the applicant. A small, approximately 3.5 wide stoop leads from the driveway on lot 10 to the front door of the house on lot 10. The second standard here is that the hardship is not due to the general characteristics of the surrounding area. Subject property is located in the western portion of the Silver Lake neighborhood. This area consists of primarily lots 40 to 50 feet in width and 70 to 100 feet in depth. Buildings in this area are gable-ended with a mixture of single and 2 and 3 family homes, with some properties mixed use with ground floor commercial uses. The immediate vicinity consists of an auto body shop, the Americana Expo Center flea market, with a recently approved adaptive reuse development of 20 new units in the same building, row houses, and single family and 2 family dwellings. I will probably mispronounce this park. Nutaconakit Park is a prominent feature on the western edge of the Silver Lake neighborhood, and most properties in the surrounding area feature larger, approximately 10-foot front yard setbacks. Most front stoops in the surrounding area face the property line. The third standard is that the hardship is not due to the physical or economic disability of the applicant. That is not applicable in this instance. And then we have the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant, and I return the commission's attention to the previous stated history of this lot. Third, the granting of the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area. In fact, proposed lots 1 and 2 are more in line with the general character of the surrounding area, as previously mentioned. And the dimensions of lots 1 and 2 are the exact same as the lots 10 and 11 referenced in the deeds.
I want to take a moment, Mr. Chairman, to focus on this particular standard. We have an interesting phenomenon this evening where the relief being requested, the Unified Development Review to subdivide into 3,500 square foot lots, is more in character with the neighborhood than the zoning code. The zoning code itself is what is not as in character with the neighborhood. So the application this evening is to improve consistency with the character of the neighborhood, whereas the code it does not reflect the neighborhood.
I just quickly touching on some of the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance. This application will improve general welfare without significant detriment to public health and safety. This application will provide the uses permitted in the zoning district and provide additional needed housing. This land is suitable for development. There are no wetlands in the vicinity. It will not impair the nearby park. The area is well served by public sewer and water. This is a medium density urban development able to support additional housing. Development on proposed lot 1 will be compatible with existing uses and will meet all requirements. Development will be consistent with the neighborhood and the city. The subdivision will provide additional tax revenue in support of government efforts to maintain the environment. Development will be affordable, safe, and sanitary housing. The home will be constructed to fire code, flood, and storm requirements. And then related to the city's comprehensive plan, this relates to objective H2 and its strategies A through D, objective H3, objective H5.
I want to zoom in. So another one of the new laws in January was RI General Laws 4522.1-2, -B211. This is a requirement that comprehensive plan analysis focus on the future land use map. It's on page 8 of Appendix A of the expert's report. Agenda item 1 in this column. So this is relative to C. It's a review of the future land use map, and it's specifically identified as medium density residential development characterized by 1 to 3 family dwellings on lots that measure between 3,200 to 5,000 square feet. So given that state law and that definition of the future within the future land use map, is it your opinion that this conforms to the future land use map?
Yes. And then wrapping up my review of the comprehensive plan, I'd like to reference the vision part of the document, which is on page 13 of the comprehensive plan. It highlights a future Providence that is dynamic, livable, equitable, and efficient. I believe all of those measures are met by this proposal, as well as supporting the equity guiding principle on pages 14 to 15 of the comprehensive plan. Finally, the hardship suffered by the owner, if the dimensional variance is not granted, amounts to more than a mere inconvenience. The applicant is attempting to utilize the lots it purchased, and it is not possible to change the front yard impervious surface on the lot with the existing house in a significant manner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a similar presentation specific to the subdivision standards. I don't know if you want to take up the variance standards first and then turn to the subdivision, or how you want me to approach that.
We hear the whole thing. Yeah, I think we need to hear the whole presentation, and then, because we can't vote on one without the other.
So I will call everyone's attention to Appendix B. Again, Peter can give testimony, expert testimony as to each of the standards related to the subdivision requirements. Mr. Chairman, they are lengthy. I don't know if we wanted to zoom in on just the subdivision requirements themselves, or to refer back to purposes of zoning as well. The purposes of zoning are included by reference, and so we identify all of them. I don't know if we want to read through them this evening. It's the board's call.
We understand the subdivision have a lower threshold as opposed to the zoning threshold.
Yeah,
to me.
For your consideration. So turning to the required findings, which begins on page 4. As previously mentioned with regard to the variances requests, the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And then if the requested relief is granted, the application will be in compliance with the zoning ordinance. Environmental impact, there will be no significant negative impacts on the natural and built environment from the proposed development as shown on the final plan with all required conditions for approval. Again, we turn to the request to have a condition prior to final approval that impervious surface and the vacant lot be removed. and the subdivision as proposed will not result in the creation of individual lots with any physical constraints to development. The building on those lots, according to pertinent regulations and building standards, would be impracticable. This subdivision will feature a new lot line that recreates previous lot lines and is consistent with plating in that block. And as previously mentioned, the application will comply with all pertinent laws, rules, and regulations. Finally, the street access, pretty self-explanatory. There's street access right here on Murray Street for both lots.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer questions. I'm also asking if we could just zoom out on the GIS overview a little bit so we can get a sense of the neighborhood as a whole. So if we see how it's platted generally, I mean, it's even more impactful when you turn the actual imagery off. You can just see the sheer number of lots that are 3,500 square feet in size, and how we conform to the neighborhood as a whole. You see how we just kind of fit right in with all the other 3,500 square foot lots, just carrying that lot line through from Moorfield out to Murray, exactly as it was originally platted. We do understand that the comp plan as passed by this body looks favorably upon these sorts of subdivisions, is not yet passed the council. We do not know the time frame on when if it will pass the council. This is a timely consideration for the client. Not only can the vacant lot not be sold, but the existing single family home cannot be sold. So we've basically, because of regulatory procedure, we have a vacant home that I think people would very much like to purchase and move into. And it's in an affordable area of the city. It's the exact sort of starter home that I think we're trying to identify and create as a society and as a policy initiative from the city at this point in time. Unfortunately, this one hangs in the balance. So we are hoping that we can answer questions from this board. We would request that the board look favorably upon this. But we are pressed for time at this point. We've been pursuing this solution for a long time.
Okay, thank you. Let's start off with quickly, just a comment from Mr. Azar.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I think Dylan's right to a certain degree with respect to the character of the neighborhood and the size of the other lots. I would say, though, that it's not uniform. There are 3 lots in a row on this street that are all the same 7,000 square feet. You see them on Moorfield, you see them on Union, up and down Murray Street. So I wouldn't say it's all like that. That said, we do believe that as a matter of policy, that the city should be allowing lots that had been previously merged to be unmerged. In fact, language that we've added to our draft comprehensive plan about this was suggested by Dylan Conley. And I think it's a good idea because we used to have a merger provision for undersized lots where the zoning ordinance says that if lots are under a certain size, if they're contiguous, if the merger would not result in more than one principal building on a lot, the zoning ordinance would consider those merged. That was the law for decades. We whittled away at that and we finally eliminated it not too long ago because we don't think it's good policy. It takes a lot of land out of production for housing. And if it so happens that people did physically merge their lots because they knew there was a merger provision and we weren't going to let them build on it, we don't want to necessarily punish them today when other people who didn't merge their lots might have developable land. So we think it's a good policy direction. The key, however, is that it's not official policy of the city right now. It's in the comprehensive plan draft That has not been approved yet. So, you know, we're being asked to kind of weigh in on something that in a couple of months from now, if the council does what we hope they do, will be something that we can approve administratively, and they won't have to come here, they won't have to ask for unified development review. We support this, but we don't support it right now. There's a distinction. It's what's in the law, and our interpretation of the rules about how hardship, about variances, and the way we've interpreted those consistently. Our position on subdivisions that result in undersized lots is that if you're within 15%, which is modification, administrative modification territory, even if it gets objected to by a neighbor and it comes in front of you for unified development review, we support those. But we're not supporting this because it's very far undersized. So my advice to the applicant was, please wait. Not too long, just wait a few months. And you know, the response was what Dylan said earlier. They're anxious, they're motivated to do this. We get it, but regrettably, we're not supporting this. And so I think we can, you know, Troyan can go into the details of the staff report, but that's our rationale.
So I understand Bob's position. I just will say for the record that this board can have a difference of opinion from its department. We have presented expert testimony and expert report saying that we meet all of the standards. It sounds like the department would agree with us based on the documents and materials that have already been passed by this board, albeit not law. So I would ask for consideration of the reality that we do have expert evidence on the record that we meet all of the standards. And so I do think that's a very relevant consideration. I appreciate that the city perceives the additional few months differently than the applicant. I think the few months are not a guarantee. We don't know how long that will take. And each month carrying costs on a lot like this, we eat at the economic viability of the lot being developed at all. So we are talking about, you know, the economic viability of a duplex in a neighborhood that has many duplexes on a 3,500 square foot lot. You know, the comp plan's already slowed in committee. There's additional reviews. There's another meeting tomorrow. We don't know exactly how that will go. But I think the facts here this evening is that we have an opinion from the department that this isn't ready to go yet, but it would be ready to go if the comp plan was approved. And we have an expert that's identified that we meet all of the standards today. So I would ask this board to consider the expert testimony and not just the opinion of the board, of the department.
A question to the staff here. If we deny this today, based on the pending, the current law that we have, new laws passed, are they able to reapply administratively? Or is that prejudicial and the application hasn't changed? I believe they would be able to apply.
I think there's a material change in the conditions.
Right, because then it's allowed.
Yes.
As opposed to now where it's not.
Correct.
Okay. I wanted to clarify that. And just out of curiosity, did your client get title insurance?
Client has gotten title insurance. We have reviewed it in detail. We, for a long period of time, were working on an agreement with purchasers that understood that we were working to subdivide the lot, and a subsequent title insurer. They were relying on first-time home buyer grant money. And in order to qualify for the financing, that grant blocked the sale that would have dealt with exactly this.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? Okay, with that, we'll hear the staff report. And we'll open it up to public comment.
Or, all right, so commissioners, this is, as discussed, a request to subdivide the lot uh, with relief for minimum lot size, lot width, as well as impervious surface coverage. So given that this is a variance, we have to review the plan for a hardship. And just based on our review, we weren't able to find that, nor were we able to find that this lot was particularly unique. Given as you can see that there are a number of lots that are similar in dimensions and some even larger than the subject lot. So based on that, we could not find it to be unique, and we couldn't find an apparent hardship, given that there are a lot of development options for the R3 zone, including accessory dwelling units, adding on to the existing dwelling as well as row houses. And given that there's no observable hardship, we couldn't find positively that this was not the prior action of the applicant. And as the hardship is not evident, we do find that granting the variance would not be in conformance with the comprehensive plan. And also, given that, we do find that since the applicant has multiple options for developing the lot, we don't see that they suffer a hardship. So based on that, we do recommend that you deny the requested relief, finding that the property is not unique and that the applicant does not suffer a hardship. As far as the minor subdivision goes, as has been noted, this is located in the medium density residential designation of the future land use map of the plan, which describes development here as being on lots between 3,200 to 5,000 square feet. However, that description pertains to development on existing lots. And as you know, the zoning ordinance requires 5,000 square feet for new subdivisions. Also, LU3A.1 of the comprehensive plan encourages development that is consistent with the residential character by allowing for residential development of the same density as would exist. And so based on that, we find that the subdivision is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. And given that, we find that the subdivision will not conform to the zoning ordinance if relief isn't granted. And the applicant would be required to comply with the applicable environmental regulations. As this subdivision will not result in buildable lots, it does not meet the criteria for zoning relief, and so this would not result in the buildable lots required. And street access will be provided from Murray Street. So based on that, we would recommend that you vote to deny the preliminary plan.
Thank you very much. With that, this is a public hearing, and so we will open it up to public comment. Nobody here in the room, and if you're joining us online, you can press *9 or raise your virtual hand to comment on this agenda item. And seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. So this is a hard one because it's a policy that I support. But we suggest land use, we don't dictate policy. It's not our role as the planning, city planning commission. We've suggested that the city council take up this cause at Attorney Conley's suggestion, which is a very, very good suggestion. But it's not yet policy. So I have trouble supporting it, and I tend to agree with the staff report. The reason I was asking earlier is that I wanted to make sure that if we voted to deny tonight, that they wouldn't be prejudiced against applying once the law changed. Because I believe that's how it should be done. Waiting a few months, I don't think is a bad suggestion in this case, because we are the advisors, not the policymakers when it comes to this. We've suggested policy, but it has not been adopted. So I don't know how you guys are feeling about this one.
Can you say one more time the percentage threshold that we use for, it's 15?
It's 15, yeah, so for example, we would say, 5,000 square feet minus 15%, that would be 85% of 5,000. Which I believe, yeah, 4,250 square feet. And, you know, it's a line, that's the line we have chosen, and if it's a square foot below that, we say we don't support it. But anything within, you know, we draw a lot of lines in this business, and, as soon as we draw a line, there's somebody who wants to step over it, so, you know, that's the line that we have established. We say that a lot of a size that is within that 15%, that in itself is a unique characteristic that can justify a finding of hardship for a dimensional variance.
And we found as such, even on ones that have come before us when it's administrative, because there's been an objector in the neighborhoods. We've even supported those applications when they've come before us. And, you know, just for the record, I don't always go with the staff report. The staff report on the last agenda item suggested approval of the special use permit, which I wasn't willing to do. So.
And just one more question, because I haven't been able to flip to the right page of the zoning ordinance, but in R3, or I guess R4, maybe, are
This is R3, isn't it?
it is R3, but I'm just thinking, is the lot, are these setbacks for the building compliant envelope, that are drawn on their site plan, what we list in zoning?
I believe the house is existing.
No, you're talking about the building envelope well, so here's the thing, for undersized lots, well, yes, the answer is yes. They're more than 30 feet from the rear yard, and they have more than 6 feet on side yards. And that 8 feet, would probably be within the average of front yards. We'd have to look at that, but yeah, I think the answer is yes.
It's roughly.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'd say there's a good shot that that's a compliant building envelope on a lot of that size.
And why are we stating that it's not a buildable lot, that they wouldn't be two buildable lots? Because it's saying that we could have between 3,200 and 5,000 square feet in a normal lot here.
Well, it would have to
and this
be,
is 3,500.
it would have to be as a result of the subdivision, and
Yeah.
we're recommending against that. Therefore, it wouldn't result in the creation of buildable lots as proposed or as requested.
Okay.
So if it was
yeah.
existing, it would be buildable.
Yes, yes.
If it was existing, it'd be an existing undersized lot, yes.
Yeah.
It would be buildable.
So it's because we're not breaking them up.
Right.
Okay.
Right now.
Right now, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Because it obviously would fall in line with the neighborhood, and the other lots are of identical size, so it's.
The lots behind the lots next door
Yeah.
are the same size.
Well, many of the lots.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Yeah, no, it's,
Yes.
yes, I agree that there is a neighborhood characteristic that it would allow it.
Mhm.
And obviously it was 2 lots at one time.
Yeah.
Which is why we discussed that at the comprehensive plan level of having a provision to unmerge those lots that were merged previously.
So I mean, basically the counter argument here is just that we give a number that we stick to, and once
And
we break.
while we don't set precedent,
Right, that we're setting a precedent.
we'd be setting a precedent, right?
That's fair.
Well, I think it comes also to, you know, some of the public perception that we have the ability to make exceptions to the rule, and we don't.
Right.
And so I would say, just out of respect for the rule, that maybe we should deny that.
I'm usually a fan of the gray area, but I don't see any gray area here. Pretty black and white. So I guess we should probably just start
Making a motion.
making a motion, yes.
Sure.
I'll make a motion that we deny the application.
Based on the staff report and the findings of fact,
Yeah.
and that the applicant doesn't. that
So
the
there
applicant
should be
has-
two votes, by the way, one on the variance and then.
Dimensional variance first, right? So the first would be the subject lot. Would be, the dimensional variance requested based on the evidence in the staff report that the applicant has multiple options for developing the lot and does not suffer from hardship. Yeah, that the property is not unique and that the applicant does not suffer a hardship.
So
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we'll go around with a vote.
Who's second?
Noel,
Thank you.
we'll go around with a voice vote. Noel,
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respect the decision of the board. I would just say that I do think this is an excellent example for the intellectual consideration of what zoning is and the arbitrary harms that it can do.
So noted. We will move on to the minor subdivision. We still need to vote on that, but because we didn't vote in the positive for the dimensional variance, we therefore cannot approve the minor subdivision. So based on the denial of the zoning relief, we would recommend we would deny the preliminary plan.
So moved.
A second. All right, we'll go around and do a vote.
Aye.
Noel,
Aye.
Will,
Aye.
Charlotte,
Aye.
and I vote aye. All right. Now we will roll right into our last agenda item, which is a minor land development project, case number 24-041 MI, it's 27 East River Street.
All right, and Commissioners, I can provide a quick introduction while the applicant gets here. So this is a request by the applicant to construct a multifamily building with a proposed number of 326 residential units in the W2 zone. This is located at 27 East River Street. And in requesting preliminary plan approval, the applicant is also requesting dimensional adjustments for height and parking. A height of 90 feet is proposed, where 75 feet are permitted by right. They will be providing internal structured parking and will be providing 163 parking spaces where 326 are required. And also, by way of explanation, you will see that the applicant has requested waivers from submission of certain items at this stage. And we would like to clarify that the applicant is requesting that they be waived solely for this hearing. And they will be returning with those items at a future hearing of the preliminary plan. However, they are before you asking that you do grant the requested adjustments based on what has been proposed. So I guess the applicant's here and they can walk you through it.
Here, just hiding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you, Joanna, for the introduction. Dylan Conley, on behalf of the applicant, I have with me Kevin Diamond and Dustin Zubi. I'm gonna let them introduce themselves briefly.
Hi, I'm Kevin Diamond. I'm the developer and the architect. I'm Dustin DeZubi. I'm the owner.
I do also have with me today, Peter Friedrichs. He will be acting in the capacity as my land use expert as well. The first thing I kind of want to do is a little bit of organizational focus, although I will say this site is something that's fascinated me for a really long time. Growing up as an EP kid that had a job on Thayer Street, used to have to ride my bike over the Red Bridge. And so staring at this waterfront, wondering, what was ever going to happen with it. And then having the privilege to be associated with a project that's going to answer that question is a really cool moment for me. But so in terms of organizationally, the recommendation from the DPD is to continue the preliminary plan review. All of our extension requests, we're happy to deal with by the conclusion of the preliminary plan review process. What we're specifically looking for here this evening are the dimensional adjustments for height and the parking reduction. We'll go into that in detail, but those are the only two items that we're really driving towards this evening. Is that a dimensional adjustment for height and the parking reduction? It's an additional 15 feet in height. The 50% parking reduction is really related to a desire that we're engaging a lot of experts on this project, traffic study, parking experts, it's internal parking, it's tight spaces. We're working with CRMC with some public accommodations. We don't know exactly what the size of all the parking spaces will be, what the angles may be. They may be atypical in a manner which they don't meet the Providence zoning standards. I think we just had a great discussion about how some of those lines are, you have to pick a line for the sake of picking a line. I think we're going to provide more parking than 50%, but we need the 50% reduction so that we have that flexibility, so that we can have really performance-based standards instead of a prescription on those standards. And I thank Choyan for the additional background on the waivers as discussed. Again, we're not seeking waivers in the sense that we would not provide the material, but we're just providing them at a later point in time. On height, I know this board has heard me address this before. It's heard this applicant address it before on other sites. Height is a really important early stage domino to understanding how to design the remainder of the project. It has a really large impact on unit count, which has a downstream impact on parking requirements, on utilities and scales and location, on lot coverage. Here again, those parking requirements are really interwoven with some mutual oversight we have with CRMC and some coordination we're actually doing with RIDOT as well. They are adjacent property owners. They do have adjacent projects in the area. There are other improvements related to bike infrastructure, et cetera. And we're trying to coordinate with all the parties as best we can. The other thing that I did want to address is some of the history of the site. Back in 2008, the city actually granted variances for additional height for two different 8-story towers. So the history associated with the site has always included height of this scale, actually greater than this scale. So I think that's an interesting case in point. But to familiarize yourself with the project a little bit, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Kevin.
Thank you, Dylan. There's not much left for me to say. I think you nailed it. We're very excited about this project. This is a very transformative opportunity to clean up a long closed off and contaminated waterfront site in Providence. We are imagining an amazing, vibrant, activated site. There's right on the water. We really see this as a space to not only create very much needed housing, but to really reconnect the neighborhood with the waterfront, which is so important here in Providence. So to really reestablish and develop that connection between this awesome neighborhood the site exists in and the natural beauty of the coast of Providence. So, in terms of general project stats, we're thinking roughly 320 plus 326 residential units across 7 stories over parking. At the moment, again, very early in the design, we have 163 parking spaces shown, plus 2 along the urban coastal greenway. Bike parking in the project sits just about 52,000 square feet of footprint with 224,000 gross square feet of space. So I just wanted to briefly explain sort of the project stats in terms of what it contains. But I think the really exciting piece about this project is being able to really activate that urban coastal greenway area with a walking path, public kayak launch, and really make something special of this space. I think also relevant is the expansion to the public bike path, which will be really coming right to this site's front door. So the play on what's happening at the broader scale and what we have in mind here, we see it to be an amazing activation for this neighborhood. So that's it. Obviously, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call Peter Friedrichs as an expert. Peter, come on down, grab a chair. I will hand out a copy of this report. I'm only gonna hand out Appendix A. That's what we're gonna focus on this evening.
Just make sure to speak in the microphone when you're talking, because we have viewers in the virtual world that need to be able to hear as well.
All right, so the standard review for an adjustment is a little bit different. It's laid out in the zoning ordinance. And in section 1904, the city has authorized CPC to make adjustments for a few different options. There's 4 identified that are relevant for this development proposal. That is A, where open space is permanently set aside for public or common use. B, where the physical characteristics, location, or size of the site require an adjustment. C, where the location, size, and type of use require an adjustment. And H, where structured parking is provided. So related to the first one, as was mentioned, this development is subject to CRMC jurisdiction, and as part of CRMC's approval, they will mandate public waterfront access. Regarding B, as mentioned, this is a coastal property within the jurisdictional area of CRMC. CRMC does require setbacks from the shoreline in this location, and there's pretty significant grade change on the site between the coast and the edge of the property along East River Street, about 20 to 30 feet. And then C, relating to the use, primarily here, multifamily, but also related to the multifamily is the accessory use of the off-street parking. Parking here will be limited by the topography of the site, as well as the aforementioned proximity to the shore. In multifamily housing construction, you have a limited building width opportunity. Essentially, when you go beyond 60 or 70 feet, there's a lot of dead space that's just not useful. It wouldn't have windows. So when you're building multifamily, the buildings tend to be a certain width. And to make the building wider isn't really serving any purpose. So to get full use of the property here, the building is a prescribed width and then goes up in height. Wood frame construction, you top out at about what's this height here. And as has been talked about by multiple experts in many settings, the construction pro formas are tough in Rhode Island. And you're almost always looking at some sort of public subsidy to make a project happen. To the extent that this efficiency of this construction is maximized within the rules that Providence has set, that will afford the project to happen with minimal public subsidy. And then finally, structured parking. This site proposes at least 1 story of parking within, almost entirely within the structure on the site. And then within the CPC's land development and subdivision review regulations are the actual standards the commission considers when making its decision. So first, the application is eligible for a dimensional adjustment because it meets 1 or more of the eligibility criteria. Those are the 4 I just mentioned. 2, the requested or approved dimensional adjustment is within the allowable adjustments listed in the subsection below the uses. So the height is within that, is below that maximum. Reference that correctly. That's page 4 on my copy of this exhibit. The development is asking for an adjustment of 15 feet when up to 24 feet is permitted. And then with regard to parking, as was mentioned, the application is seeking that 50% threshold to do the additional research to determine the parking that the market is interested in. And then finally, the extent of the dimensional adjustment is reasonably related to the condition that makes the project eligible for the dimensional adjustment. So it's been talked about over and over again. There's an acute housing crisis in the state. As I mentioned, granting the adjustment will permit the developer to build an efficient multifamily building. And the development is constrained by required public access and setbacks along the shoreline, as well as steep topography and structured parking. I also want to mention the plentiful transit, cycling, and micro mobility options that exist in the immediate vicinity of the subject property.
Just want to ask you a couple more questions. In preparing for this presentation this evening, did you have a chance to review the report written by the planning department, the DPD report associated with this project?
I did.
And I believe the DPD made favorable recommendations related to both the parking and height adjustments based on the open space and structured parking requirements. Is that correct to your memory?
Yes.
And do you agree with the analysis within the DPD report?
Yes.
And on the reasonably relatedness, on height and both parking, I think you really gave an excellent presentation on how the building code and sort of how multifamily buildings generally need to be a certain width, and then how you function within height. And so if you could just talk a little bit about how, when you think about developing a site, how the different inputs in terms of height impact permeable surface, in terms of parking and unit count, and how all of those things are sort of related to each other and in general, and then bring us into a quick focus on this site, how the additional height and the parking adjustment really makes this site work from a functional multifamily standpoint.
I think that's a complicated question. I'll do my best. So, I mean, there's a reason that you see a certain type of multifamily construction in the United States. And this development proposal is within that norm. You know, as I mentioned, that's not just driven by developer interest. That's what banks are willing to fund. And it's serving the state's need for housing. So that's what's been proposed here. You're limited by your setbacks, in this case, not only the cities, also the states, through the Coastal Resources Management Council. And then, you know, we're doing, I think that the application is doing the most that it can within the regulatory framework, to try and achieve a buildable project.
Thank you. We're happy to answer additional questions. If there's any portion of the presentation you want us to go into in more detail, I know the application itself has much more detail, but that is all part of the record. You know, we can move through it. It just, it's been submitted. We have it in file.
Just a couple comments on this. So this is a minor land development project. And therefore it comes to you just for preliminary plan. So it's one stage of review in front of the commission. I think the applicant acknowledges that the plan set that's been presented to you is unresolved and has a number of things that have to be worked out. And what they're asking for is for you to green light the additional height and the reduction in parking so that they then have a degree of predictability about what they're allowed to build. And then they want to move forward and you know, put the money into advancing the concept. I think it's actually fairly reasonable for them to ask for this. It's almost the equivalent of doing a master and then a preliminary plan. One of the benefits of just having preliminary plan and final is that it's only one stage in front of the commission, but one of the downsides is that if you want to come in with something conceptual, before you, especially where there are discretionary approvals, which is what they're asking for, you don't know you're gonna get them, so you don't necessarily want to put the money into developing the plan. So I think that's kind of, you know, what's in front of you today. The other thing I want to just mention is I've been trying to get a sense of, is there something of this scale that we can refer to that might give you a sense of how they're utilizing this land, how big it is, how, you know, the size of the footprint. And as I was walking around recently, I was looking at this project in the I-195 land, which is called Emblem 125. And it's not an exact analog, but it's roughly the same length, roughly the same depth. This occupies sort of, you know, 3/4 of the block. But, you know, this is the sort of massing that we're talking about. Depending on how you look at this, it has either 6 or 7 stories expressed out of the ground. And
Significant grade.
and there's a, you know, and there's a grade change from one end to the other. And in the case of this property, it occupies pretty much the entirety of the lot. The footprint of the building is pretty much the from lot line to lot line. In this case, because they're on a you know, on the water's edge, there's a steep slope. They're also regulated by coastal resources, and they've pulled the building back from the water's edge as a consequence. You know, it occupies pretty close to the same amount of land. So, you know, if you're sort of searching for something that might resemble what we're talking about for this property, I think this is probably the closest that I'm aware of in Providence.
Thank you. I'm very familiar with them. Commissioners, questions of the applicant?
Is there gonna be any retail space in this building, just strictly in the front?
Yeah, that's why it's a minor instead of a major. If they had any commercial in it, it would be a major land development.
Well, we allowed up to 2,500 square feet of commercial, but
In a building of this size, I'd assume it'd be more than 2,500. You could put a little shop in, I guess. I think that explanation is from you, Bob, is helpful because I still am not completely comfortable with it, but my thought was, you know, this is minor land development preliminary plan. This is it. And it seems like you're jumping the gun a little bit because it's not a fully fleshed out development plan. So I understand your request, but I worry about making decisions on things we don't know what we're making a decision about. A building that we don't know how many units they're going to have.
We're identifying, I believe, 326 is that and within the application, purely residential. The massing, this general size of the buildings, identified. The question is the height and the parking, and how we make the parking work is something that we've engaged a traffic expert and a parking expert on layout. These internal garages are much more complicated than sort of a standard strip mall phenomenon, hence the 50% reduction request. And you know, that height really either pulls the building up or squishes it down, and it completely changes the total number of units, which changes the parking, so the importance of the height and parking as an initial domino, as an initial variable that we need to make certain in order to give our information to experts so that they can tell us the right way to do this is really critical. I understand your concern, Mr. Chairman. You know, on our end, the experts that when we reach out to them, it's sort of, okay, so what's your answer to this question? What's your answer to that question? We don't have that yet. That's why we have to come here first.
Well, you do. You could make it 1-to-1, which is what I believe some testimony someone submitted an article that I believe was, an interview with someone in this group, about hoping to get to 1-to-1. Yeah, I read that before the meeting because someone submitted that. Go ahead.
Can I respond? I did mention that we're targeting 1-to-1. As Dylan noted, though, the complexity is that, per the zoning ordinance, the standard parking space is 8.5 by 18 feet. Talking to a parking consultant who's an expert in the field, there's a lot of parking spaces that can work at 8 by 16 feet. There's some compact spaces that can work. So what we're really trying to do is to put the guardrails in place for the parking consultant to work within, recognizing that we're very likely going to have something much closer to 1-to-1 parking. But in order to get there, we need to engage the parking consultant, and they might want to use, or they will want to use, because I've already spoken to them, parking spaces that are not necessarily the 8.5 by 18. And with the parking reduction, we can add more parking that is compact parking, or an intermediate between what the compact parking is, which is 7.5 by 15, and the 8.5 by 18. So by getting that parking reduction, what that's saying is that we need to provide this 163, I think, standard compact spots, or even 10% of that could be compact. But the remainder could be some intermediate between a compact and a standard size. So that's really what we're going for here, is that permission to use spots that would be maybe, depending where they lay out in the structured parking, 8 by 17, 8.25 by 18, some intermediate between the two. And the height plays into the parking count because the number of stories is going to determine the square footage, which is going to play into the number of units. So that's why we're trying to seek that clarity now, so that we can further flesh out the project. With that being said, the project has a lot of meat on the bones, I would say already. The parts that are missing are the traffic study.
Yeah.
That's a big piece of why we're seeking a waiver today and continuing it to another preliminary hearing.
Yeah, I would say traffic study is a big part of it for this project specifically. It's a very small, narrow road that obviously there's a lot of access around it, but I mean, I always go back to my running analogies. I run past that all the time, and yeah, I don't see many cars on it right now, thankfully, because I'd probably get run over if I did. But yeah, it's I mean, it's an interesting dilemma for us to have.
I guess I mean, not to be too sure, but this is a dilemma for every development project ever. So I think to jump the gun and say, oh, we can grant, I mean, this is a process always. And so I'm kind of questioning why we changed the process in this one instance. I mean, I realize it's, there's a desire for more development. This is a big development, a lot of housing, and I think all of that's great. I guess it just seems like a weird one-off take on this.
If I may address that point, I appreciate the concern, and I think Mr. Azar laid out how in times past, this is functionally a master plan level application. And so when we lost the ability to go forward underneath the master plan by state law, it does put us in a situation where how do we solve for these variables early? And so that's what we're looking to do. And again, the waiver requests as they've been identified or extension requests, we're not actually seeking to not provide any of the material. All of the material we intend to provide, and we agree with the traffic study being required. In fact, it's a really necessary component for us to understand how our parking is going to function.
I think you're the first applicant ever to complain about the streamlining of a land development project, but
I'll complain about
it.
it.
I'll allow it. You said it, not me.
I mean, to that effect, I think, though, you've lost master plan, but if we had a then, I mean, that would just be 2 iterations of this. And maybe there's more development required in this case, but I think it requires coming back to us twice if the first time we said no. Or didn't grant, everything requested.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically trying to set it up as like a master and preliminary plan,
Yeah,
like a major land development project.
right.
They can ask for. Will, no,
I just have I don't have so much a problem.
we still have
with
like
height,
the,
Yeah,
we still have the staff report, public comment, we still have a lot on this.
but it's committing to the parking reduction at that level.
It's what the applicant is requesting, is the reduction of the parking and the height, and then coming back on everything else, correct, Bob?
So it's a commitment to 50%.
Yes.
So it's not like a, 50%, but try for 80 or something. No.
That's what they're requesting,
Yeah,
yes.
so that's why it's, I'm not comfortable.
Sure. Anything else for the applicant before we hear the staff report? And Bob, anything else that we've missed in this discussion? Okay. Anything else from the applicant before we hear the staff report?
No, just, we would love the opportunity to respond to public comment, and yeah, I think sort of in the standard rhythm of these hearings, I would love to discuss any issues that come up as a result of the staff report as well.
So noted, thank you. All right, Joanna.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. So we've talked and heard about the proposed project, its design, and what the applicant requires. And so we do feel that while the applicant has provided a conceptual plan, it hasn't been fully developed, given what was talked about tonight. And the applicant will be providing internal structured parking, requesting a 50% adjustment, which at this time is 163 spaces proposed for 326 units. Should be noted that their plans do show a loading space as well as bicycle parking. And landscaping, they will be required to meet the canopy coverage requirement. They are proposing to provide a planting strip in the rear in conformance with CRMC regulations, which does govern the area as it is right by the river. And also, as far as their submission goes, we did talk about the fact that they are requesting a number of waivers, and we do feel that it would be better to review those within the context of a fully developed plan. And they are also requesting some dimensional adjustments. And we do find that the applicant is eligible for them, as they are proposing to provide public access they're proposing to provide a kayak launch as well as a walking area at the rear of the property. And it's also the internal parking that makes them eligible for the dimensional adjustments. So we feel that this is something that you could act on at this point. And also from there, moving on to the preliminary plan, we do find that this would be consistent with the waterfront mixed-use neighborhood designation as well as objective H2 of the comprehensive plan. And we do find that as far as the zoning ordinance goes, this development would be permitted here by right. And as far as the environmental impact goes, the applicant is required to have certain things reviewed by the city engineer as well as CRMC. And as of now, it's unclear if there are any physical constraints that impact development of the property, given that it's subject to CRMC review. And vehicular and pedestrian access will be provided from East River Street. So based on that, we would suggest that you don't take any action on the waivers right now, and that that consideration of the preliminary plan should be continued to when the applicant is ready to appear again before us. But we do recommend that you could grant the dimensional adjustments at this point, given that they meet the criteria outlined in section 1904.e of the ordinance. and also, based on the fact that you can make positive findings in conformance with section 10.005B of the development review regulations. And you could do that with a condition that these adjustments not become effective until you approve the preliminary plan.
One quick question before we go back to public comment or start open public comment. Indicated that, this was a environmentally difficult site. What was the previous use? What's the history of it and what contaminants are there?
Previous uses were a gas station and manufacturing, plant. So soil contaminated with your typical urban soil, lead, arsenic, and then there's petroleum products in the soil. The groundwater thankfully is not impacted, but the soil, has exceedances for petroleum products.
Okay.
So we've already started to work with RIDEM. We have a conceptual remedial action work plan, that we are reviewing with them. A lot of these requirements are based upon knowing what we're gonna specifically be doing in terms of height, in terms of parking. It's hard, for example, to come up with a utility plan, not knowing how many units we're gonna be serving, because that would determine sizing for the drainage, for the sanitary, for the supply. And the same is true for a lot of these other things, including, the remedial action work plan, because the building footprint is gonna serve as a cap for the, contaminated soil.
Okay. All right, this is a public hearing, so, before we open up to public comment, we've received a lot of correspondence on this issue, this agenda item this evening, so Choyan can go down and let us know who has submitted. And there are people here and I believe on the interwebs that would like to speak about this as well.
Sure, and Commissioner, the quick summary, we did receive a letter from Councilwoman Helen Anthony, and I believe we have a representative from the council in the audience as well. We did receive a letter from the Fox Point Neighborhood Association via Lily Bogosian. We also received letters from Ethan Kaya as well as Francis Richards. And if you were to summarize what was said in these letters, it was concerns about the height, the parking, just general massing of the building, as well as concerns about access to the waterfront and the views.
I hate to keep asking more questions, but they keep popping up. The building height, how are you calculating that? Based on the slope?
It's from the average.
The average, okay.
So it in parts is higher and parts is lower because the grade changes substantially. It goes from 18 to 34 feet.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very substantial change.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, so I'll reiterate the same ground rules for this public comment, 2 minutes per person. If you've submitted written testimony, happy to have you just say to refer to that or give a short, brief synopsis, but we have received everything that has been submitted prior to this meeting and we've reviewed it. So with that, we will open up the public comment on this agenda item. And I'm gonna start with Miguel Youngs on behalf of the Congress, the City Councilwoman Helen Anthony.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Miguel Youngs. I'm Deputy Director of Policy for the City Council. I'm here on behalf of Councilwoman Helen Anthony, who represents Ward 2. And looking at the map, this development seems to come right up to the boundary there, if not potentially even gets a very little bit into Ward 2. Some of the weirdest little angles cut in the whole ward map is Ward 2, like hooks down along the parkway. And it comes right along that. So the councilman wanted me to emphasize that. She regrettably couldn't be here because she is the chair of the finance committee, and the finance committee had a meeting tonight. You received her letter, so I have the task of sort of just emphasizing the letter that you already have. But I heard you sort of list like an overview of the what you sort of received in letters from public comment. everything you said is in her letter with one more addition. She wanted to especially emphasize, her alarm that there has not, been much community engagement. This is something we often hear from city councilors is wanting community engagement. She lists several neighborhood organizations that do not feel as if they've been engaged with on the project, especially considering its size. She says she'd be happy to host a meeting and she's politely requesting that, we wait until that, or you all wait until that happens before any moving forward on this project anymore. But I think everything else in her letter was summed up there. Parking was a concern, the height, the size was a concern, and just the area, the environment was a concern for her. But it's the community meeting that she wanted me to emphasize.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Sharon Steele.
No, I shouldn't have done that. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
This has been, an endurance, test for those of you. You all win big time. So thank you for that, Chairman, committee members. I'm speaking on behalf of the Jewelry District Association, and because we didn't have any real notice, which is the concern of the other neighborhoods we've discussed. We did happen to have a board meeting today. So what I'm going to say to you, I at least had the ability to discuss with our board. So, I'm going to reiterate what Miguel said, and that is that we're disappointed that there's been no outreach to any of the neighborhoods, and particularly the organizations who have spent so much time and energy on the 45-acre adjacent woodland park that's just received $250,000 thanks to Senator Jack Reed. But since Bob brought up something that I'm glad that he brought up, I'm going to take a little time to talk about that, and that's Emblem 125. Before I get there, I'm going to say a couple more things, which is that Helen Anthony was another person who literally was surprised by this being on the agenda this evening. And we have all been working very hard on the comp plan. So it's unfortunate that there is this divergence. But this is a complicated and massive project on a very difficult site that literally requires sufficient notice and outreach that simply didn't happen. And so Helen Anthony's request, is that seriously 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, well, here goes Emblem 125. I'm going to shift to that since I know the property like the back of my hand. It is 249 units. There are 27 integral parking spaces, and the development had to lease 150 parking spaces in the Garrahy garage as covered spaces and more additional outside spaces. That is an urban site, hardly compares in any way, shape, or form to this ginormous number of units on a waterfront site, the last of which with the greatest number of units ever. And I agree with what I heard from some of the committee members, and that is that we don't think this is the time or place to talk about literally providing approvals for waivers on either the number of units or parking. We need to hit the pause button and do what we need to do here, and that's say no. Thank you.
All right, thank you. if you're joining us virtually, we still have at least one more person here in the audience. If you're joining us virtually and you'd like to speak on this matter, please raise your virtual hand to get in the queue or press *9 if you're calling in. So the next individual in the physical audience is Jennifer. Just state your name for the record and then you can carry on.
My name is Jennifer Laurelli, Laurelli.
Thank you.
I lived on Loring Avenue above River Road, close to this site for 18 years. During that time, our neighborhood association conducted biannual litter cleanups, planted thousands of park donated bulbs in the woods, had 2 ponds dredged for public use, mapped out hiking trails, and much, much more. This waterfront has been activated by rowers, bird watchers, families, bikers, walkers, fishermen, etc. for decades. Most memorably, though, through community activism in the 1980s, we as citizens prevented an aggressive Chicago developer from building New Bay, a coal-fired energy plant in East Providence, directly across from the boathouse. And now that power plant would have been almost directly across from the proposed housing project, but that power plant was not built. Citizens care, citizens deserve and are entitled to a voice in what happens to their neighborhoods and to the character of their city. Helen Anthony is now my council person. I live on Pratt Street. She had inadequate lead time for this hearing, thanks to her diligence and Sharon Steele. I was alerted only today of this evening's important meeting. I fully support her request and Sharon's that more input, more time, more consideration is needed before these variances go to a vote. I checked today, the massive Center Place apartment complex across from Providence train station has 8 stories and 228 residential units. At the requested increase, of 90 feet, 7 to 8 stories, and 326 units, proposed building variances on this site, proposed site, would significantly increase massing, change the character of the nearby neighborhood, the woodland park, the river, and the riverbank forever. I also request that you continue, along with Sharon and the council person and others, request that you continue this matter to later meetings to allow for more community input and for more decision-making on your part. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move on to that's the last person we have on our sign-in sheet, so we'll move on to the virtual audience.
Okay, first is someone who's listed as Matt Phone. Matt, you want to identify yourself, please?
Hello, yes, my name is Matt Schelling. Thank you for having me here virtually. I live just about a half mile away from this location in Wayland Square, just north of Wayland, and actually I just walked by this site a couple of hours ago with my wife here in the area, and it's a beautiful place. I think it's an excellent place for a new development like this, and I think that it's the buildings around it, the building right next door is also 5 stories tall, just as tall, just as big, just as well on the waterfront. And I think there's a lot of beautiful bike paths there that I use regularly as I bike to and from work and to and from the grocery stores in the area to do my shopping. And I think that this is an excellent place. When my wife and I moved here to Providence just over 5 years ago, we sold a car and wanted to live in a beautiful place where we could walk around and really enjoy the beautiful city. And we think that Wayland's been a great place to be able to do that. And I'm excited to see such a beautiful proposal here in the area. to be able to have a lot more beautiful neighbors. And I think also, all things considered, this seems like the right place as far as, it's not right up against a bunch of other single family homes or anything like that. As far as protecting the waterfront, it's on the south side of the bridge. So on the north side of the bridge, I think it'll still feel perfect and beautiful and peaceful and serene. And I think having the smaller parking lot will actually reduce the amount of traffic. I think if you doubled the cars there, then you would double the traffic there. There'd be more cars coming up and down. And hopefully about, keeping that street safe. Right now, that street isn't very safe because there's not much lighting. There's sidewalks aren't taken care of well. And so hopefully also bringing in some good development here and people here, the city and the developers can work together to get good sidewalks and whatnot. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. And I'm excited to see such a beautiful thing. And I hope that you grant the variance dimensional adjustment and the parking reduction. So thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Johan. Go
Oh,
ahead
thank you so much for your time. My name is Johan and I'm a property owner on the east side. And I frequent the area with my dog as I take walks there. Honestly, this applicant sounds a little cocky to me. Fairly reasonable for them to ask for this? I don't think so, honey. I agreed with the previous speaker. This is not the time to provide approvals or waivers. There are clearly no commitments to engagement of the residents in the area because they think their cockiness will carry them through everything. I don't think so, honey. It's a privilege, quote unquote, to permanently change this environment from the peaceful oasis to current residents and park visitors. I don't think so, honey. Parking reduction, you better deliver the parking, honey, because one-to-one parking is what you should be delivering. Matt, I'm sorry. Just because they're not going to have the one-to-one parking doesn't mean that people won't have vehicles. People will still have vehicles. And that means we want the one-to-one parking. The size increase and height increase, I don't think so, honey, to me either. Come with more concrete planning and also engage the current residents. And you probably didn't engage us because you know what we were going to say to you. Come together.
Johan, for the record, what is your last name?
Tejada.
Tejada. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. East side.
Okay, next is Cameron Lafreniere.
Thank you, Bob. Yeah, I think just from the first set, my one issue with this project is that given its connection to the new shared use path on the Henderson Bridge, as well as the juncture between the the start of the East Bay bike path and the end of the Blackstone bike path, that there is frankly only one biking spot per 5 housing units. I'll say as an avid cyclist myself, I have 4 bikes for my unit. That's only really possible because, nobody really else in my building happens to bike, and the fact that we have an open basement, and even though there are like 3 or 4 other bicycles, I think given that, even if, every other person didn't have a bike, if you've got, say 150 units who want at least 2 bicycles, like say 75 units want 1 bicycle, 25, units want 3 bicycles, and I don't know, 80 units want 2 bicycles, or flip that on its head, right? Like if this is going to be a 300 something unit development, there's not nearly enough bike parking to warrant, giving 2 or 1 or 2 parking decks to cars. I think that this proposal should have at minimum 1-to-1 bike parking. I would like to acknowledge the previous speaker who asked for 1-to-1 parking. As you may know, this is a W2 zone, and most likely, as many 80 other cities and towns have done, we have eliminated government required parking because you must allow the market to decide to prevent environmental contamination through excess impervious surface. Furthermore, the height variances, I agree with the previous speaker that the height variances are adequate given its access to the waterfront. If we are to provide walkable waterfront and a walkable green space area for people, regardless of whether they have owned a single family house in the East Side for 40 years, then we need to be building more buildings like this, and we need to allow them sooner rather than later. We know through Boston's planning department that 80% of people who have the time to attend meetings like this are people who already have access to resources and already own. And frankly, renters like me and others can only do so for so long to be coming to these meetings before we frankly are overworked, tired, and potentially displaced. So I'd like to remind the planning department that 60% of Providence residents' number one priority is affordable housing. A mandate to address this sooner rather than later and not wait for disgruntled people who already have homes to restrict others from having them. So I'd appreciate if you approve all variances for this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have Sarah Gleason.
Hello, I'm Sarah Gleason. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. I've lived at Medway Place for 4 years, which is very close to the site we were talking about. And I and many, many other people in the neighborhood walk along the Seekonk River, often both directions, going up towards Swan Point or around the point into India Point. And it's basically an unrestricted area. So I think it's very important to keep that access available. But as far as the parking goes, the building has been advertised as luxury apartments. And in my experience, people who live in such places usually have more than one car. In addition, if it's also for families, that's additional reason why people may have more than one car, and that's been spoken of. I don't know how big the units are, but there's not any easy public transportation right at that area. And the traffic going down Waterman over the Henderson Bridge can be horrendous at traffic at working commuting hours. And speaking of the height, I understand from the newspaper article that there's a foundation plan of 25 feet above water level. And that's because of concern about water rising, as we all are expecting it to do. So I'm wondering if that 90 feet would actually be 90 feet plus 25 feet, which would make it even higher than already it is now the largest such building has been already commented on. So there's much more to say, but that's all I'll say now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next is Nina Tannenwald.
Hi, I'm Nina Tannenwald. I'm one of the co-presidents of the Wayland Neighborhood Association. And we are one of the community groups that the developers have not met with. We've actually been in touch about meeting, but we have not had a meeting with them. This is a very large building squeezed into a very constrained lot with access by very small roads. And as others have noted, it raises very significant environmental, recreational issues, and traffic and parking. And it feels like they are asking you to approve things before key issues have been fully vetted. It feels a little bit like steamrolling. They have not done their due diligence in working through all these issues. They are waiting for a traffic study, but we, the community, deserves a traffic study as well. So it's an incredibly complex, very large project that deserves much more deliberation with the relevant stakeholders than has been done so far. I strongly endorse Councilwoman Anthony's letter, and I strongly encourage you to delay voting on this until a later date. I would like to raise one issue that hasn't been mentioned, and that is that the current design of the building pretends that Richmond Square doesn't exist. And there are, the elevations very carefully exclude any view of how the buildings connect to Richmond Square. Richmond Square is full of these antique buildings, the Waterman Grill, the office building, the Simple Pleasures old building, and the Red Mill buildings. And you don't see those in the plan. The building, the current design is completely disconnected from the square that it will be associated with. And I think the design is missing what is a wonderful opportunity to open itself more to the Rotary there, with perhaps a little bit of a plaza to maintain the Simple Pleasures building, but also right to really an opportunity to enhance that Rotary area as a square plaza and connect to the mill architecture of the other buildings next to it. But the elevations don't show you that. And so commission, I would ask the architect, and the next time they come back to you, to submit elevations that show the view with the neighboring buildings depicted there, so you can see how it connects to its surroundings. Right now, it is completely disconnected. So I strongly endorse continuing this and not making any decisions now, because there are many issues that are outstanding and deserve a much more deliberative and interactive process with community stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Alana Deludi.
Hi, my name's Alana Deludi. I run the Fulbright Association of Rhode Island, which has a huge number of international students, almost all of whom live on the east side and get around by biking and walking. And I'm also someone who gets around by biking and walking and transit. I definitely disagree, by the way, that there isn't good transit to Wayland Square, because the east side is actually quite accessible by public transit, and it's especially accessible by biking. I think it's probably the most bike-friendly neighborhood to live in all of Providence. And I know a lot of people who live in Wayland Square without cars, and it's a very easy place to get around in a way that is car-free or car light. So I disagree strongly with this assumption that every single person moving into this building is going to be driving everywhere. I think that's just not the case, especially in a neighborhood as dense as Wayland. I would encourage the developers to add significantly more bike parking to this project. It has, it should be 1-to-1 in terms of bike parking per number of apartments, or greater than 1-to-1, especially given the fact that bike parking just takes up just such a ridiculously tiny amount of space in comparison to car parking. One car parking space could probably fit 7 or 8 bikes. And I think it's really important to encourage that, especially in terms of meeting our other goals as a city, like in terms of our climate and transportation goals. And I would especially encourage the development to have some space for cargo bikes. There are a lot of families in Providence, and I see more and more of them using Urban Arrows or other large cargo e-bikes, using those as a car replacement for their families. Those are huge bikes. They can fit 3 children in them, and lots of people in Providence are using them. And I think as we see increased adoption of these types of bikes, it's important that people living in these taller buildings are able to have space to store them. So, and in general, I think this increased density and increased housing is good. I hear that people are concerned about like neighborhood character and all that, but Providence is in a housing emergency, and it's really great that we're going to have some new housing.
That's your time. Thank you very much, Alana.
Okay, next we have Cesar Orduna.
Hello, thank you. I would just like to speak in support of this development. I agree with some of what other people have said. I think this is a very walkable neighborhood, accessible by public transit. A lot of people here do get around by walking, biking, and public transit, and I think this is a perfect area for that. I do agree that there should be more bike parking available in this, given the proximity to some really great bike infrastructure. I think that it is a move in the right direction to allow more developments with less parking. I agree that not everyone, especially in this neighborhood, owns a vehicle, including myself. So fully in support of that. And also, I do agree that there should be a little bit more community input for something this big. And I do agree with some of the comments made about maybe integrating this more with the roundabout in that area, in that plaza. And lastly, I think this would actually increase the access to the river. Currently, this wooded area is not really accessible to the public, so I think this would actually improve that. So fully in support of it, and yeah, hopefully the commission grants these and allows the project to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Daniel. Daniel, could you identify yourself, your full name, please?
Yes, hello, good evening. My name is Daniel Morris, Morris. I am a renter who lives in the Hope neighborhood. I'm voicing support for this project, as was previously mentioned, and as everyone in this room is much fully aware, our city is currently in the midst of a humongous housing crisis, to the point where so many of our residents, myself included at times, will sacrifice over half of our income, our monthly income, to rent. Our mayor has talked at several points about growing the city, and this is a great example of doing that. 300 units is excellent. This is the exact kind of density we need for our city, so that we can keep people here, so that we can keep our small businesses fully staffed with labor, and so that we can keep rental and housing costs down, or get them down. In regards to comments about aesthetics and parking concerns with cars, those concerns should always be secondary to the economic health and well-being of our residents. It is a shame somebody might not like the look of the building, but aesthetics are subjective. But what is not subjective is rent. Rent is not subjective. That is a real number. So I also would echo, the desire for more bike parking, as was previously mentioned by other speakers. Much of the east side is indeed very walkable, bikeable, and fairly easy to use by transit. I also agree this is probably not an area where a lot of people would have cars. We've seen an influx of people moving to the city who do not own cars, and this building would be great for such individuals. So I would love to see something like this approved on the east side. My rent is too much every day, and the less we support projects like this, the more our residents will pay in housing costs. So I hope to see this project accepted. Thank you.
Okay, that's our last person online.
I have a question. What is the average rent of these units?
You can only ask questions when you come up to testify. There's no.
May I come up again?
I think I can ask your question for you when the applicant comes back up. Did you want to respond to any of the comments? I'll allow that. Obviously, there was just one about the rents. Not necessarily our purview, unless you're trying to get a credit for affordable housing, which you're not requesting.
I think a couple of quick notes. One is there was a bit of a discussion and question about the height of the parking structures and how all that's counted. Height's just being measured relative to average grade. They do identify an important reality, which is a portion of the height is being driven by global warming. In this area, we are immediately adjacent to flood zones, and so like that additional height is basically a future-proofing reality of building on the coastline of Rhode Island at this point. The other thing, someone mentioned that we were disconnected from Richmond Square.
we have been working with the Richmond Square owners. We've reviewed the project with them and they support the project. So on those two notes, I wanted to kind of directly respond to that. Anything further, any other questions that? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I can answer the question about the rent. So again, just going back, it's a little bit of a chicken and egg kind of question where the project is as developed as it can be without knowing what the height will be and what the parking requirements will be. So in order to fully develop the project, those are the missing pieces of information that we're seeking. And the rent ultimately will be determined by, we are hoping to make this building partially a condo building and partially apartments. And the rent will be determined ultimately by the final size of the units, the size of the condo units in terms of the sale price. So all of that right now is still being fleshed out because it's dependent again on the height. To get the unit count that we did, we took an average net livable space of 684 square feet, which equates to a gross square footage of around 1,000 square feet of building per unit. That answers your question.
Another question that came up a few times was, why have you not reached out to the community more so than you have? I mean, this is not in Helen Anthony's district. It's in
Councilor
Ward one,
Gonzalez, and,
right?
and I've actually spoken to him. I've shared the plans with him and he's been, we've spoken about this project.
Okay, so you have, okay.
And we've also spoken to the mayor's office about it. And we're also, as Nina mentioned, in dialogue with her. We've invited her to our office to present to her. And anyone else that she wants to invite. And of course, we've been working closely with our neighbor. And we've made design changes based upon his feedback. He was concerned about where the kayak launch was. We've reoriented that based upon feedback that we received from him and the parking. So we have engaged with the owner of 101 Richmond Square. Is there any chance we could pull a map up? To talk about.
Street view or overview?
Overview would be fantastic. So, neighborhood organizations don't necessarily have defined jurisdictions. But if you think and consider that the Jewelry District and the Fox Point Neighborhood Association were reaching out with their concerns, I'm not really sure how a property owner in the Richmond Square area would be under notice that those organizations were organizations they should be reaching out to, which are on other sides of the city. Certainly, I live in West Broadway. I could connect with my friends at the WBNA, but should they be holding an opinion about what happens in Richmond Square? I don't know. I would also point out that if you zoom in on the lot, there was a comment that we're immediately adjacent to a conservancy area. As the crow flies, we're about 236 feet, but the reality is that's across 6 lanes of on-ramp and 2 lanes of roadway. There's various medians in the area. So the distances that we talk about in terms of what defines a neighborhood are both in terms of just standard measurements as a crow flies, but there's also the reality of how accessible one portion of a neighborhood is from another portion of a neighborhood. The access points from areas north of the RIDOT real estate and roadways is a relatively significant divider. So when we talk about connecting with our neighbors are Richmond Square. I mean, you just look at the map, we're on an island out here. And we've been hand in hand with them from the beginning.
Understood, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions based on the public comment? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you guys can sit back down if you're good now. If I wasn't clear, we closed public comment on this. There was no more comment, and we brought the applicant back up for questions based on the public comment. And now we're into deliberations, discussions. I don't know, I'm kind of torn on this one, because I really want to be supportive of this kind of huge transformative project. So I think I went into this thinking I wasn't supportive of any of the relief until we had X, Y, and Z. The height doesn't bother me at all. I think the parking only concerns me in that we're waiting on a traffic study that, you know, could impact how we feel about parking. And I think the discussion was, you know, conditioned the planning department suggested, you know, continuing consideration of the preliminary plan until the traffic study was submitted, along with, you know, we can have other conditions as well, such as additional community meetings and things like that to discuss other things. But I mean, this could be a huge project for the area. It's kind of on an island out. Some of the people were, you know, there was one person who suggested that it should look more like the Richmond Square architecture. I don't know that necessarily historic architecture and modern architecture need to look exactly alike. I prefer it to look modern intentionally than fake historic. And I do think it communicates with Richmond Square because it's right there. And it is a very transit heavy area of the city. Maybe they could do more bike parking. Cameron obviously needs like 20 more bike spots for him to be able to rent there, but this development would increase access to the waterfront. I don't know, I'm almost willing to consider the dimensional adjustments and make them come back with some conditions. And then have them come back for preliminary plan discussions after more meetings, more deliberations, more investigation and study. I don't know how are you guys feeling about this one?
No, my thoughts on the parking, the other buildings on Richmond Square are not residential. They're commercial.
They're all commercial.
They're all
Right,
commercial.
so all those parking lots are right there.
Right,
There's used at night.
There's a lot of, I run there primarily on the weekends. I hardly ever see anyone parked in those areas. I mean,
So if the market's gonna push them to have more parking spaces,
yeah,
they'll have to lease them elsewhere. Or there'll be condos. I didn't know there were gonna be condos in the project, but.
well, and the market will drive that too. I mean, there's going to have to be a certain number of parking spaces deeded. I mean, if someone buys a condo, well, I assume they would either have an option to buy a deeded parking spot as well or not. I guess that's a good question, is how does that divide up? So, you know, they sell all the parking spots to the condos and there's none for the apartments. Is that just the
Well,
way it is?
yeah, that's the way it is. I mean, what they showed us originally was like a floor and a half of parking. And then, you know, they've changed, we had some concerns about the way the second level was gonna be accessed, and there was a egress onto the curve of East River. So they eliminated that and they just went with this one level. And I think the idea is they wanna see, you know, what the possibilities are for this to lay out. It's kind of, they're kind of, I think what they're asking for you to do is give them the maximum that you can give them in terms of a parking reduction. And they'll figure out something that will very likely involve more than half of the parking required. Some of that might be in tandem spaces, some of that might be in compact spaces. Some of that they may be providing parking in lease spaces off-site. So I think there are a lot of different ways that they can solve the parking issue. Yeah.
What qualifies as a parking space in that case, if there's.
A parking,
spaces
yeah.
or
So,
compact spaces
yeah,
that
so a
don't
parking space under zoning has to be at least 8.5 by 18 for a regular size space. 10% of your spaces can be compact and still be counted towards your requirement. Compact is, I believe, 7.5 by 15. And it also has to be served by, an aisle that's of compliant, width, 22 feet minimum if you're parking at 90 degrees.
Is the parking underground or half underground?
It's basically, you enter it basically at grade from Richmond Square, and I think it ends up maybe a little bit underground by the time you get to the northern side of the building.
Dramatically.
Another thing I wanna add here is that, I have no idea if a building like this is buildable. If it's, huh?
Is that what we said, wood frame, 90 feet?
I don't know if the whole thing's gonna be wood framed. It's,
I think the parking would have to be
it's in the scheme of stuff. It's probably, concrete podium.
below and then stick above. There'd be a platform.
I mean, there's a price to build a building of this size.
Yeah.
The question is, in this market in Providence, can you do something like this without,
I kind of want to find out if we can.
without crazy
Like-
subsidy? Yeah, I mean,
Like, no one's done it yet.
is that the kind of market we have? And, if we're gonna be providing the housing that we say we need to be providing, there are gonna be some big projects.
Yeah, and this is, again, it's part of the literature I read that was submitted, in connection with this application tonight. I think one of the estimate price tags was like $90 million. That's huge.
Yeah,
Huge.
I think that Emblem 125, that has 249 units. They're saying it has 326 units. I think that's a guess.
Right.
And, so I think that the one downtown was over $70 million.
Right.
So you're in the same ballpark. That got a significant amount of subsidy
Right.
in the form of, I think there was some state subsidy plus a very generous tax stabilization that's available for I-195 parcels.
But I guess, so. I mean, I think what I'm hearing is that there's a good amount of enthusiasm, including I have a good amount of enthusiasm for providing housing at this scale. If we can pull it off in Providence, pulling off a project of this size. But I think with that comes an amount of due diligence and an amount of know-how and experience to know, okay, what are the budgets for these types of projects? How many units does that mean we need to have? All the sorts of due diligence and studies that you do prior to putting shovels in the ground.
Yeah.
And I guess like what I'm seeing is just maybe a claim, and I don't disagree that there's a chicken and an egg problem. You have to put in investment in order to figure out if you can do the project, and that might mean that you have to figure it out a few times to get it right.
The cost of doing business.
And I think that's just, what goes along with a project of this size. And I guess my feeling is we're not seeing that
Yeah.
information.
I'm also like looking at the rest of the city and wondering where else could a project of this size be located? I don't know that there's a better, there may be, but
I agree that this is a good
like
place.
it's a great spot for a huge development.
But it's also an extremely complicated spot for
It
this
is,
type of
yeah.
development, so.
yeah, agreed.
We're done.
I think we're in the middle of deliberations right now, unless it's
I have a
germane
answer
to.
the question about the amount, it's a $2 million cost to get the 95%.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Based on $90 million construction. Not money I'm willing to throw around, but I'm not developing a $90 million.
But you're not getting the proceeds.
I don't, I still. I think my opinion on this has changed throughout this meeting and I like to defer to, you know, the elected officials in the area. We haven't heard from Councilman Gonzalez, this district is encompasses this project. We have heard from the applicant, they put on the record that they've been in communication with him and that he's supporting. I have to go on that unless I hear otherwise, because that's on the record.
Is the conditional adjustment helpful, like what you wrote in the
dimensional adjustments
report?
condition?
Says the adjustment should be granted with a condition that they.
I
should be
believe that's what the applicant is requesting from us tonight is
And so there.
dimensional adjustments contingent upon the preliminary plan being approved at a future date.
So we could take it back.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we have. I mean, the
As
condition,
long as they're not like offensive.
yeah,
I think, again, they're asking you to think of this much in the same way you would think of
as a master
plan.
again, the first applicant I've ever heard of who's upset about streamlining,
Yeah.
but I get it.
But
It's
the
a big
question is, do you feel comfortable granting them what they're asking for so that they can take this to the next step? And then they come back and they've still got to satisfy you with a building that meets all of the requirements.
I mean, I guess I'm fine with the height. I like the density.
But I think what they're hearing here is that in general, we are fine with the density and the parking that they've provided.
Yeah.
Would it be helpful to them if we didn't go down to 50% on the parking? With 70%?
I think to me, without the traffic study, without.
Yeah, I don't want
and
to put an arbitrary number on it. Yeah.
It's just, we don't know.
Right.
We don't have any.
know it's 50%.
Don't have any data.
And how would we be able to tell the correct number without any of that data? I mean, that's.
It just seems like we're saying the data doesn't matter.
Well, but we've approved 50% reduction in parking across the board for smaller projects. And,
Yeah.
and significant projects, you know, you think about along Gano Street, that had significant parking reduction.
Right.
So I don't think this is without precedent. The size and scale is.
Right.
I think
So-
that's the biggest driver of concern is that, you know, instead of talking about 150 units with 25, you know, like, again, we're talking about 100, 200, 300, 326, like a lot of units. But again, we're asking for a lot of units too. So I think I'm full circle on this and agreeing that the preliminary plan should not be, and I think we should treat this as a master plan and preliminary plan. And tonight's master plan would be for massing and layout, and everything else comes later.
Do you feel like we have a developed sense of the layout?
I think there's a lot to figure out, but the massing wouldn't change. I mean, obviously, the massing of the site would be what they've sort of incorporated now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure from the plans presented, which weren't presented really.
Yeah, I mean, we received them, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there are questions about where the parking is
All
relative
the
to
parking,
grade.
yeah.
Where the parking is relative to the building.
Yeah.
It feels like a lot of unknowns to me, but
I know.
Yeah, it does feel like
too many corners are being cut this early in such a massive, expensive project. You know, if you're coming in hard with something like this, you know, you'd expect, traffic studies to be done as much as possible.
I'm willing to give them a shot. I don't know about you guys, but I am, and have them come back. I think it's a big transformational project that's gonna take a lot of steps and maybe a few iterations, but I'd rather be a part of multiple iterations than just have the end product here in front of us to either up or down. Well, if we don't have, we're 2-2, likely to continue. How are you feeling, Noel? Just a straw poll here.
Yeah, I approve.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I'm the same. I think I'd let them go. Will and
Yeah, I'm not against it. I mean, I'm all for development. I just feel like it just feels that way. But, no, I think it's a project that we certainly need the housing and it's a good spot for it, so.
which is why.
Well, I would approve the conditions, let's put that.
Yeah, the just taking action on the dimensional adjustments and continuing the rest of the discussion. That's what the staff report is suggesting.
Yeah, and maybe there were other conditions.
To add.
Maybe there were other things that you would insist on seeing. Yeah, I mean, I fully understand that, you know, both of you are reacting, the way I did when I first saw this, but it does sort of beg the question, maybe the question is there something you can approve that has safeguards so that,
But to me, that's the same as hearing this discussion now, which is everyone, I think, here is saying, in general, the height isn't a huge concern, and the reduced parking isn't a huge concern. Come back with a more developed proposal.
Yeah, I think all of us are saying that
Might
right
be
now.
saying
Yeah.
similar things, yeah.
That there are other concerns.
Oh, I see. So it sounds like, Charlotte, what you're saying is you would give them that verbal message without it being an official action.
Yeah, I don't think we should commit to a number of parking spaces or a percentage of parking spaces and an exact height. Because I don't think they know what those numbers are. I don't think we have the traffic study to back it up. And so there's just very little information.
Yeah. I don't disagree. I don't think that'll make the applicant happy, but we're not here to make the applicant happy per se. But we are trying to spur development.
Yeah.
At the same time. So it's a tightrope.
And with those Richmond lots right there, I used to live right around there and walk by all the time, and they are empty at all times.
Yeah.
Can we push for maybe 1-to-1 parking while utilizing, even if 50% have to be in some agreement with a lease with the Richmond owner? I don't know if that's too convoluted, too far off.
I mean, we can put conditions in to our granting of the dimensional adjustments, and I believe we can add more. Right now, the adjustments should be granted, the draft language from the staff report is that the adjustments should be granted with the condition that they should not become effective until a finalized development plan that considers the traffic study and CRMC requirements as submitted. I would add in that additional community outreach needs to take place. We can add in, you know, optimally find a 1-to-1 parking ratio on site, off site, however they skin that cat. with no more than 50% offsite, obviously, because that's what we're discussing.
Are we doing 3 votes or 1?
Well,
It's really, I think it would be probably just one vote.
one vote for the dimensional
The
adjustment.
dimensional
one vote.
adjustment, and one vote to continue.
Right.
Preliminary plan at the applicant's request, so that the clock stops. Our recommendation is that they don't grant, well, we say continue consideration of the preliminary plan and not take action on the waivers.
So we would just be not taking action on, we'd stay silent to that, right? Because we're not taking action on the preliminary plan.
Yeah, so you're not obligated to vote on the waivers.
So if someone were to put forward a motion to grant the dimensional adjustments based on the staff report, adding in that the applicant shall provide and document additional community outreach and look for ideally 1-to-1 parking mix with 50% on-site, maybe 50% in a lease or other arrangement off-site. I could support that.
I'll move that.
All right, so we have a motion on the table from Noel. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a fully formed motion. We'll go around and do a vote. Noel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Yeah.
And I vote aye. So we'll grant the dimensional adjustments and then with the conditions
What is the condition?
that the adjustments should be granted, that they will not become effective until a finalized development plan that considers the traffic study and the CRMC requirements is submitted. Additional community outreach must be documented, held and documented before the preliminary plan is heard, and 1-to-1 parking is hoped for, with 50% coming from on-site and 50% in a lease or other method. That's what I believe was.
That was accurate.
All right, so then I guess at this point, we would take a motion to continue the preliminary plan until the conditions for the dimensional adjustments are realized.
And that continuance is that with the consent of the applicant.
Yes.
And you'll
And the
write a
clock
letter
stops.
to.
They've already put that in writing.
Perfect, thank you.
So.
Yeah, it's on the record. Yeah.
All right. All right, so someone wishes to make that motion.
I'll make that
So
motion.
moved, all right. We have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go around and do a vote. Noel?
Aye.
Will? Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Please do reach out to your community members and, keep working on this. I think this is it could be a transformative project, so I really am pulling for you here.
Thank you.
All right, that is the last agenda item. I would really hope someone gives us a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.